Recording in progress. Recording stop. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, Makol.
Kamaku, Makhumalo, kunjani?
Ungavumeli ukugula kumbe
Ikwenzi co-host mngani?
Please, I'll be projecting for DTG Ngaka.
Okay.
And then I think HOD boardroom has joined. I'm not sure if someone there will be projecting, but I'll just confirm with the HOD's PA.
All right. And also for
The HOD is joined in his boardroom with his team. So they'll all be there in the boardroom.
all right.
In Free State, ne?
In Free State.
Yes. So what's happening, his team is in the boardroom with him. So I think I've seen it on the list. It's written HOD's boardroom. That's Free State, ne?
Yeah, and then who's going to present from then to
I'm checking that now, ne? Quickly, I'll check with you. I'll check for you now.
Okay.
Sure. Masango Mampo will be projecting. Mampo, I wonder if she's here already. But I don't see. I can see HOD's boardroom is there. But they're saying it's Mampo Nemakoli. When she is connected, I'll let you know.
Okay, sure.
Morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
This is Majal Fasimango from Machabeng.
Sawubona Ndatumjalif.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning, DM.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Minister Chikunga.
Morning, Chair, and morning, DM and members of the Portfolio Committee.
Welcome. Secretary, are we in quorum?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all of our visitors in the platform. Yes, we do have Chair. We can start.
Can we fly to the agenda?
Okay, Chair.
is the agenda for today, honorable members. The meeting is open, and I want to welcome you all, especially our acting minister, Minister Chikunga, our deputy minister, Tandi Mahambe, our visitors from Free State, led by the HOD, our visitors from the municipality, Machabe. I'm not sure whether they are led by the mayor, the executive mayor, but you are welcome. And from the Department of Human Settlement, I don't see the DG, but I see the DDG. Ngaka, you are welcome. And honorable members, you are heartily welcome. I also see the CFO, CFO Lucy. You are also welcome. This is the agenda, honorable members. I'm on item 2, confirmation of the agenda. Can I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Frenchman. Honorable Magagula.
I second, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any alternative view? Nothing. This is what will guide us for the duration of our meeting. Are there apologies, Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson, I received an apology from the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Tembisi Melane. She is attending a water week in Germany as a caretaker minister for water and sanitation. I also received an apology from Ms. Dlamini, Member Dlamini. She is writing exams today, and Mr. Blose is standing in for her. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other apology that, Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, and MECs, DG, and DDGs and senior officials. I'm Sindisiwe Chikunga. I'm Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I am at this moment the Acting Minister for Human Settlement, as it has been indicated that Minister Smelane is out of the country. I do request, Chairperson, I wanted to do it personally, that I leave the meeting immediately after this because Cabinet is sitting and we have an item on Cabinet agenda that we have to present. I wanted to make the apology in person. And of course, the DM, as it has also been indicated, she's in attendance together with the DG of the department and senior officials. They will therefore take care of the issues, and probably after the meeting, they will brief the acting minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
When do you want to leave, Minister?
I would wish to leave immediately because the meeting is already on.
Okay. Thank you very much. You are released, and thank you for respecting the committee by starting here. Thanks very much. Anytime that you want to leave, you are released. Executive Mayor?
Chairperson, good morning and good morning to the colleagues. I am in the meeting. I have a caucus at 12. If the meeting passes at 12, Chairperson, I would like to be released to go present the items before the Troika and caucus. But that is until 12 o'clock if the meeting is not done yet.
Okay. Thanks very much. That will be noted. but your team is here. Even if you leave, I guess you have sent a competent team to deal with the issues.
Yes, Chairperson, we're all here.
Thank you very much. Any other apology? Honorable Detere, just lower your hand, Executive Mayor.
Chairperson, good morning to you, the Acting Minister, DM, everybody. Chair, I think you are being too kind. He must come back once he's done with the caucus. So, yeah, he must come back.
Okay. When you talk of caucus, remember you're talking of something else. He's deployed. But yes, the understanding is done. He will come back. Okay. Thanks very much. We're on item 4. Honorable members, Acting Minister in absentia, our DM, Tandi Mahammed Shala. I've already mentioned our visitors from Free State Department, led by Advocate Patluze, Head of Department. Our visitors from Machaveng, led by the Executive Mayor. Our administrators from the Department of Human Settlement, led by Dr. Alec Muyemi as the DG. Once more, you are welcome. Today we are dealing with the report after the Portfolio Committee visited Free State. There were some recommendations and observations made. And today we just want the Portfolio Committee to receive the feedback as to how far are they since then. You will also remember that we visited some projects in Machaveng, and then we'll get from the Executive Mayor and his team as to how far are they. We also have an issue and a request by a member, Honorable Dlamini, who requested that we discuss an item with regard to the court orders affecting the city of Cape Town. We engaged with the city, and they told us that the National Department of Human Settlement is the one that would be leading, because they're the ones who are dealing with the issues. We'll get that report. However, we'll give Honorable Dlamini or her proxy an opportunity to introduce the item so that we are able to understand where the angle she's coming from, and the department will then come in to brief us. I'm going to request our visitors to be, I know you have submitted your report, and I can assure you that we have read the report. You know that your report in terms of slides is so huge. So I'm going to request you to, whoever is presenting, to summarize and especially focus on the progress report. Let us not get into the background, the profile of the project, but Honorable Member of the Portfolio Committee has made some observations and recommendations. We just want to know how far are you with implementation of those recommendations, and if there are challenges, you are able to indicate to the Portfolio Committee. We also have an item on the review or amendment of the PI Act. And we have a legal representative from Parliament, from the legal office of Parliament, who will take us through. And honorable members, today, in addition to this, we were supposed to deal with the issue of motion of desirability. But after thorough consultation with the leadership of Parliament and political parties yesterday, I had to withdraw that motion of desirability so that we are able to move after we shall have consulted widely. So the motion of desirability will not be part of our discussion today. We're targeting that we might have that discussion of motion of desirability possibly around the 12th of November. I hope by then we shall have been correctly advised by our principals. Having said that, I see Honorable Blosse, you've raised your hand. Honorable Blosse?
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to check, Chair, my apologies. I don't mean to interrupt. I did not see the agenda. I came in just a minute later after it was flagged. I want to check, Chair,
You want to check what? You are muted, Blosse.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Chair, I don't know, I got muted. I was saying that the item that you were speaking of that is going to be introduced by the item for Ms. Dlamini, that will be introduced by myself. So say when then is it coming in the agenda? I don't think I picked it up. I just need guidance on that so that I know then when are we coming in to introduce that item. Just wanted to check on that, Chair. Thanks.
Are you able to see the agenda now? It's item 9, if you are looking at the agenda.
Oh, okay. No, I needed the clarity, Chair. No, thank you very much. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, the acting minister has given an apology that she's attending another meeting. Let me give the deputy minister just to give her political remarks, and then immediately thereafter we'll give the legal office of the Parliament to brief the committee. Thereafter we'll then get into the report, the Free State report, and lastly the Communicare report. Thanks very much. DM?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity and greet the municipalities and provinces that are here with us today in the Portfolio Committee. And also, Chair, greet you and the members of Parliament. I am with the team also from the department led by the DG and the DDGs in this platform. They are also present, and the apology of the minister is well received, as we know that she is on another assignment. Chairperson, we meet with a clear mandate from our people today to restore dignity through housing and to deliver basic services which are reliable, and plan our settlements so that opportunity is closer, not further from the poor. And this is why today is important, because it is about accountability and partnership. And as the executive, we account to this portfolio committee for progress and for gaps. And as social partners, we draw on the insights of members to sharpen our programs and to unblock what delays delivery on the ground. And we were happy to be here to account to the portfolio committee. And I think you must allow me to place 3 anchors of our discussions today. First, the spatial justice, the democratic promise, which remains incomplete, where distance and cost still punish the poor. And secondly, the issue of the security of tenure with quality. And also thirdly, the resilience and inclusion, the fires, the floods. And today our colleagues will make presentations, and we will also speak on the financial performances, compliance, and delivery on targets. So we're here, Chair, at the disposal of the Portfolio Committee to account to Parliament, and we're pleased to be here. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM, for your opening remarks. Let me immediately allow the person from the legal office, parliamentary legal office. She's expected to go and attend another meeting with the ad hoc committee. Secretary, can you advise who's taking us through?
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, Chairperson. My name is Tilana Halley-Starkey, and I am the legal representative for Parliamentary Legal Services, also known as the Constitutional and Legal Services Office. I can see that today's agenda is really packed with a lot of important work, so I'll try and be brief as possible and not take up too much of the committee's time. Let me just share my screen, and I'm sure my screen is visible. And I will just switch my video off to save bandwidth. So let's get into it. So as a way of introduction, there were 12 submissions received from the public regarding the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation of Land Amendment Bill. Of the 12, 7 submitters supported the bill, and these were Agribiz, the City of Cape Town, the F.W. de Klerk Foundation, and then there were 3 citizens that supported the bill. The Minerals Council of South Africa supported the bill, but submitted that the bill should be amplified and take into account other legislation that impacts PI. And they included references to minerals, holders of minerals, and owners of minerals. However, our response as parliamentary legal is that this is a policy consideration, and the member would need to make the decision whether they want to include this in their bill. 4 submitters rejected the bill, and these were the Centre for Applied Legal Studies, the Legal Resources Centre, Difundo Nkwazi, CIRI. The Law Society neither supported or rejected the bill, but was of the opinion that PI should be reviewed substantively. This presentation will be divided into various sections of the bill, and comments from various submitters are grouped accordingly to avoid repetition. The CLSO, the Constitutional Legal Services Officers, has responded to only legal and constitutional questions raised by submitters, but it's understood that the member will justify the policy directive taken on the bill. So a little bit of background, Chairperson and honourable members and everyone in attendance. The Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation of Land Amendment Bill was a private member's bill which was sponsored by the Honourable Powell. The bill sought to amend the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from an Unlawful Occupation of Land Act 19 of 1998 in order to do the following. It wanted to extend the offence to incite or promote orchestrated unlawful invasions to instances where no payment was received. And this is in clause 1 of the bill, which is amending section 3 of the Act. It then sought to extend the criteria that the court must consider during court proceedings. And this is clause 2 of the bill, which is amending section 4(6) of the Act. It then also sought to ensure that when a court grants an eviction order, that the court considers whether land has been made available or can be reasonably made available by the municipality having jurisdiction or any other organ of state, and also joining such municipality or organ of state to these proceedings. And this is clause 2 of the bill and is section 13 of the Act. It's an amendment or an addition to section 4 of the Act. And lastly, the Act also wanted to provide, the bill wanted to provide that the court, when granting an order of eviction, should regard the intention of the unlawful occupier. The court could then make an order for alternative accommodation and make that alternative accommodation temporary for some stipulated period. And this is clause 3 of the bill, which is amending section 6(3) and inserting a new section 6(3)(a). The bill's notice of intention to introduce was published for public comment on the 2nd of September 2022, and these submissions were received following that notice of intention to introduce. So the first amendment, the first section is clause 1, which is the amendment to section 3(1) and 2 of the Act. And submitters said the following. The amendment sought to have owners' consent before one incites or arranges occupation. The amendment has no logic, as PI defines unlawful occupation as a person who occupies land without an express consent. The amendment criminalizes a family who occupies land together. It increases the prison sentence to 2 to 5 years, which is excessive in comparison with other legislation. It also ignores the history of apartheid and the reasons behind why there is informal settlements. The submitters felt that the amendment reintroduced the PISA, which is the Prevention of Illegal Squatting Act, and criminalizes squatting. The response from legal services is as follows. Section 3 of PI prohibited any person from receiving or soliciting money or any other consideration as a fee for arranging or an unlawful occupation. The intention of this amendment or this section was to outlaw the act of inciting people to organize a occupation of land. Colloquially, this would be called a land grab. So the amendment, as proposed by the member, was to extend this prohibition not only to instances where money was exchanged, but to also instances where there's just the plain inciting to take occupation of land unlawfully. The amendment provides that no person may incite or organize people without the owner's consent. In other words, it was instances where the community leaders or organizations would encourage people to occupy private land. It must be clear that the occupation itself is not criminalized. We disagree that it bears no logic and reintroduces PISA. So it's not the actual occupation that is criminalized, but the exchange of money and now also the non-exchange of money to incite or occupation of land. The second clause is clause 2, which is the amendment to section 4(6) of the Act. Submitters said the following. The amendment is unclear as to why financial means, health, or of the occupier or the previous living arrangements are essential for determining whether a person needs a home. It provides that intention is problematic, as how does one approve intention? It also is unnecessary to include a specific criteria, as the Principal Act, the PI, does not comprise of a closed list of criteria. It is also unnecessary to include the length of time for alternative accommodation, as alternative accommodation is not the problem, but rather the lack of permanent, affordable accommodation solutions for evictees. Some submitters felt that the amendment was redundant as Section 4 already provides the courts with this responsibility to consider these factors. And our response is as follows. The intention by the member to include this amendment was to ensure that although Section 4.6 has a set of factors, it was to include a closed list of factors that should be used to determine whether an order of eviction should be granted. As there's no real guidance in PI, the member requested us to include the term intention of the unlawful occupation, and this was because the member felt that what would the intention be of the occupier? Was it an occupation out of desperation due to housing circumstances, maybe due to gentrification, or an eviction due to the circumstances beyond the occupier's control? Or was it an unlawful occupation based on a result because you were incited to do so? The amendment then regarded the factors that the court must consider and is not redundant, because Section 4.6 of PI provides for the rights and needs of elderly and children and people with disabilities and woman-headed households. The amendment by the member now provides for a specific factor to consideration, i.e., any affected elderly person. So the emphasis here, honourable members, is the affected person, thereby specifying what must be considered, not any elderly person, but those that are affected by the eviction. Clause 2 is the addition to Section 4.13, and the submitter said as follows. It limits the court's discretion that PI provides. It also contravenes the Section 4.7 of PI. The length of time, in a lot of submitters' opinion, is not the issue. The issue is not the length of time, but rather that there is a lack of alternative accommodation, which is a symptom of a lack of affordable housing solutions. A lot of submitters felt that the amendment did not consider the housing code, and that the amendment bore no logic, as it did not consider the historical context, and that underpins the racially exclusionary legislation that came before the PI. Our response is as follows. The amendment does not contravene Section 7, as Section 13 is read with Section 4.7, and this is stated in the actual amendment. It further does not limit the court's discretion. It provides that where the court grants an eviction order in terms of Section 4.7, after consideration of land being made available, the court can then make an order for alternative accommodation and can put a time limit to the availability of that alternative accommodation. This amendment also proposes that the municipalities be joined to provide such alternative accommodation for the destitute. Previously, PI did not contain a legislative provision as to who must make the alternative accommodation available. The department supported the inclusion of Section 4.13, if members will recall in their presentation, as it was critical that the municipality or an organ of state be afforded with an opportunity to present their plan with a full financial implication as to what that temporary alternative accommodation will look like before an order of eviction is granted. And the housing code was considered in the development of this act. And the intention was not to exclude people from housing, but rather to assist the court in making a decision to hold municipalities liable for alternative accommodation in order to make resources available for those who are in need. And finally, members, the last amendment to PI is Clause 3 of the bill, which is an amendment to Section 6.3 and also an insertion of a new section, Section 6.3a. Submitters had the following to say. The SC judgment of Barnett versus Minister of Land Affairs moved away from this type of inquiry. This amendment is problematic as it does not provide for a solution where the period of temporary alternative accommodation or land has expired, and there's no clear indication what happens to the unlawful occupier after he is evicted, after he's provided the alternative accommodation. The court's mandate is wide and must give due consideration to all circumstances. Submitters felt that the amendment pigeonholed the court's investigation with regards to what is just and equitable. And they felt that the court is not responsible to determine the budget of the state. It also released the municipality of obligations and could result in a secondary eviction of the unlawful occupier. Our responses as legal services are as follows to the submitters. The Supreme Court of Appeal in Barnett and others versus the Minister of Land Affairs held that the sensible and ordinary meaning of the term home is a place of regular occupation coupled with some degree of permanence, and further stated that PI only applied to evictions of persons from their homes and not holiday homes. Therefore, we fail to understand the reference to Barnett. The amendment does not seek to limit the court's mandate, but provide guidance to what needs to be considered by the court, legislating what has been previously decided upon in various jurisprudence. The member's intention was for the court to make an informed decision when requesting alternative accommodation, as even if an order is made, often the municipality does not have capacity to fulfill such an order and is often held in contempt. The intention is not to release the municipality of obligations, but rather the amendment sought to ensure that the municipality does not leave people further homeless. And this brings us to the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members, for your time. And I hope this brings some clarity to the legal issues raised by submitters in terms of Honorable Powell's private members bill. If there are any policy considerations that submitters had raised, we presume that the member will address those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tilana. If you can just stay with us for just for a short time, just to check.
100%.
Okay. Honorable members, there is a presentation. I don't know whether you have questions for clarity. I don't see a hand. Okay, Honorable Duterte.
Chairperson, good morning to you, DM, and all our guests. Thank you very much to the legal person from Parliament on this issue. We're not, of course, talking about it for the first time.
We mind opening the video? Honorable Duterte.
We've had a localized power outage since yesterday, so I'll try, but I'm improvising here. I'm trying to draw power from the UPS device. It's fine. Let me see if you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll switch it off. Apologies, Chair. I think it's a very localized problem. It's not widespread. So I'm, as I say, drawing power from a UPS device just so that I power up my machine to be able to participate in the meeting. Chairperson, thank you very much. Thanks to the legal representative from Parliament. Chair, I think we must adopt a very principled approach here. When we last met with Ms. Powell in the presence of Ms. Halley, is it? Tilana. So we agreed, and in fact, Ms. Powell herself said it did not matter who actually, in the end, would drive this process. In other words, the committee fully agreed that we could not have a dual approach where she was pursuing the same path as the department. While admittedly there were delays on the part of the department because a bill cannot stay on the program of Parliament ad infinitum, and of course, she then intervened or revived it later. So I think what is important is that starting with the announcement that you made of the withdrawal of the MOD, it is important that we reconcile this process from the point of view of agency as to who drives it. And the committee, was unanimous, perhaps not unanimous, but the majority of participants in the meeting that day in Mark's building, that is the members of the committee, agreed that the department was best suited to drive this, because if you look at the department, it will be able to take into account a broader and more comprehensive range of participants, stakeholders, all voices in society. Whereas in the case of Ms. Powell, to the extent that it's a private members bill, she might not be encumbered as the department would. And so from the point of view of principle, I think it is very important that the department assumes agency. There's reference, for example, to the Housing Code. You will know, Chairperson, that last year the department submitted to Cabinet the white paper on human settlements, and that it is important, therefore, as and when that particular process unfolds, that it also be aligned to the Housing Code. And my submission, Chairperson, therefore, is that the department is best suited to deal with this so that we members are not confused. There is no twin track or dual process here. So I would submit that without going into the merits or demerits of views for and against the certain specific amendments in the or some of the amendments in the private members bill, that we take that principled approach. And you've already cited this at the beginning of the meeting, that there will be a whole range of consultations at an institutional and party political level. So let us traverse that path, Chairperson, because it is important, as I say, that we do not do any duplication or engage in any process of duality. This is a very, very important issue, not just a narrow technical issue. It has a lot to do with our law, our constitution, in particular, our preamble, which says that it recognizes, that is the constitution, on behalf of the people of this country, injustices of the past, and honors those who were oppressed, and pursues social justice and fundamental human rights. And we cannot, Chairperson, pretend that the issue of land dispossession, homelessness, and so forth is a nascent issue. It's very much historical. And it is important that we understand that the political settlement in this country, is not the same as elsewhere. If you look at the Middle East, where there is an imposition of a settlement, here we negotiated, taking into account the temporal order of events from 1652 right up to 1657, when the first 12 free beggars were handed funds in Cape Town, right up to 1795, right up to 1820, right up to 1910, 1913, 1936. It's a temporal order of events, and that is very much germane, in my view, to the letter and spirit of our Constitution. And whatever it is that we do, we must not be oblivious to that. Law cannot just be neutral in that sense. That is why we've had successive orders of the apex court in this country, notably the so-called Grootboom case. Anywhere else in the world, that kind of ruling would probably not have been arrived at, although it was not necessarily unanimous, but nonetheless, it remains a ruling of the Constitutional Court. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Frenchman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just need clarity on whether the bill only speaks to informal settlements or if it includes People that has been living in their homes for like 3 generations, and will they also then be evicted for the purposes of gentrification? And then I would just like to add, Chairperson, our country is sitting with a housing backlog already. No alternative accommodation will be available anytime soon. And because of that, many families will be rendered homeless because the municipalities can't keep up with the housing backlog as it is, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Tirana, you are noting. You'll come at the end. I'm trying to manage time. Honorable Abada.
Can you see it, Chair? Oh, I don't know what's going on. I've taken off my camera. Oh, there we go. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, the department, the DG, and everybody on the platform. This bill gives me heart problems, unfortunately. Thank you for the presentation. I concur with Honorable Detebe and Honorable Poole now. I'm not going to dwell on what they've said, but I think we all understand where we're coming from and why we're here. With this bill, the humanity, where is the humanity here? We are sitting with such a huge housing backlog. And I cannot see how this is going to help the people. And for me, this is purely for the Western Cape, and we all know what's happening in the Western Cape right now. My question, is, does the bill truly uphold constitutional principles of equality and fairness, or does it serve to strengthen the DA's control in the Western Cape? That's one. And have any clauses in the bill been flagged as inconsistent with national policy or as undermining corporate governance in housing and service delivery? And then, we talk about where the temporary accommodation, where are we going to put our people? Back in Kailicha, in Macassar, away from the city center? People live or they invade land not because they want to. I don't think anybody in their right mind would invade land because they just want to. They do it because, one, they have no other alternative. And, especially here in the Western Cape, there is no alternative. What do these people do? And then they work in the city center. A lot of them have their jobs there. How do they travel back and forth? Our public transport, we all know, is in a shambles. So, I just need people to understand where is the humanity and how are we bringing dignity to our people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Morning, members. Chair, yes, I think I'm to agree with Detebe, Member Detebe, that Member Powell intent was to fast forward the complications that is in the current act by submission this amendments to the bill. But nevertheless, at our various oversights across provinces and municipalities, it is this grey area within the act that hinder municipalities to really deliver services or comply to this act. And that's why I think the intent was to seek a mere clear path how to deal with these grey areas in order to give the municipalities and province over South Africa something they can execute. But nevertheless, it brings me to one question, Chairperson. Currently, as we said with the PI Act and the complications that goes with it, in practical terms, what resources and systems are in place to support municipalities in fulfilling these obligations, and will they realistically be able to comply? And will it also minimize land grabs and the increase of informal settlements? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Petey.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I am using my phone. I hope I am visible and audible. Excuse me. Yeah, a very good morning to everybody in the meeting. Yeah, I just wanted to maybe just, in part, I do agree with what has been said by Honorable Ditebe, in the sense that the department had initially stated that they wanted to undergo and undertake this particular process of reviewing the PI Act. And I think in part, from a part of majority, it was agreed that the department is best placed to take on this particular review. What I think, though, that is an opportunity here is that regardless of the content of this particular bill and any issues that are quite real for many honorable members and the consultations that we've just been presented to, the vehicle is there, and I think it's important to at least, in part, to hand over the vehicle to the department to continue from a space where they are able to then do all their consultations and broaden the net as it pertains to inputs on this particular bill, but also to furnish it with what they believe is the best to furnish it with. And I think if the process to amend the bill is the intention of the department, the vehicle is being made available through this bill, and for the contents of this particular bill to be completely furnished by the department as they see fit. And what I think that does in terms of the timeline, of which has been presented by the department, which they were estimating to have this process completed in 2029. This particular bill as a vehicle can actually cut their time in half by, having gone through the parliamentary process, allow them to then continue to finish the bill as they see fit. So I do think it is in the sphere of the department to do what they believe they need to do, as they have the intention to amend this bill. So I just wanted to add that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khagile.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, DM and Director General and the representative, Executive Mayor and delegation, and the officials from the department. Honorable members, good morning. Chairperson, I fully agree with what Reddy Tebe has just said. We need to give over to the department to continue with their work. And what I need to request to be done by the department is to make sure that whatever that we discussed in the presence of the private member, it is included, because there were recommendations there were legal advisors there, and I thank the parliamentary legal department to come and clarify some of the issues with us. And Chairperson, there were deadlines with regard to the processes to be followed with the
bill, and I recommend that those guidelines, they must be followed. And I also support Rempiti when he is saying, let us leave everything to the department to finalize their job. They are the ones who knows what it's supposed to be done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Gamede.
Chairperson.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. These days, I've got a serious problem. Can you see me, Chairperson?
I see you. You look nice.
Oh, I'm very sorry. These days, I've got a slightly challenge with regards to my gadget. I don't know. I just entered the buildings and it kicked me off. That is why I was using my phone. I'm sorry to keep changing from this gadget to another. No, thank you very much, and thanks for the proposal. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, and the DDG, and all the entire team, and also greetings to, I think I've seen the Minister of Human Settlement, of what you call in presidents, Umama. One would like to comment on the proposed amendments, particularly the additions of Section 4 of 3, represent a significant step towards defining the responsibility for providing alternative accommodation during eviction proceedings. By explicit allowing the court to make an order joining a municipality or an organ of states to make land available, the bill addresses a major ambiguity in the previous PI Act, where it was not specified who was responsible for an alternative accommodation. Chairperson, I would like to, when it comes to the balancing rights and practicality, how can the bill effectively reconcile the constitutional rights to housing and the prevention of illegal eviction as protected by the PI Act with the practical limitations and budgetary constraints of municipalities tasked with providing alternative accommodation, especially considering the amendment requiring the courts to have regards to the intention of the law of the unlawful occupier and the resources of the municipality when we look at clause 3. Addressing root causes versus symptoms. While the bill seeks to extend the offense of inciting unlawful occupation and clarify eviction proceedings, to what extent do these amendments address the systemic root cause of unlawful occupation, namely the lack of affordable housing solutions, rather than merely regulating the symptoms of land invasion and eviction, as suggested by one submission? I would like to stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saw the hand of Honorable Dlamini, but it has since disappeared. Maybe she's covered. Honorable Dlamini, are you covered? I don't want to leave you out of the discussion. Honorable Dlamini, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm fine. Partially covered, but I don't think that it is relevant to this particular point because we are meant to seek, we were meant to give or ask for clarity-seeking questions. I think the EFF has been clear from the beginning when the private members bill came to the portfolio committee, and I think then when the time is right, we will then express again what is our position, and seeking clarities from the legal team of Parliament is not it, and that's why my hand went down. When the time is right, we will express again our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tilana?
Hi, Honourable Chair. Yes, I think there were only about 4 questions that I noted. I note Honourable Ditebe's position, and yes, absolutely, this is the brilliance of private members' bills, is that often nothing comes from introducing the actual bill, and the journey is long when it comes to private members' bills, because it might not be on the agenda of the government or policy directive of the department, but it does start a conversation that possibly could then further development of policy considerations within the department, or further research on the subject matter. And the department is definitely within their rights to do so. And I would like to remind members that when they had presented to this committee, they had said that there were a number of issues that they were looking at reviewing the PI Act and doing a complete overhaul over the legislation, which we welcome and encourage. The question by Honourable Frenchman regarding informal settlements and whether that applies to PI. So the Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act basically deals with unlawful occupiers, and it defines unlawful occupiers as a person who occupies land without the consent or right to occupy land. And this excludes ESTA and interim protection of informal settlements. It excludes that. So there's an Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act. It's a 1996 Act, which covers informal settlements. So this is excluded, but there is a definition for unlawful occupiers. And it does sort of explain that. And I hope that it gives you some clarity, and that's under the definitions of the original Act. Honourable Abada, does the Act strengthen the DA's cause in the City of Cape Town? I can't answer that. Our office is apolitical, and we provide the service of legislative drafting to all political parties. What I can say is what the intention of the member was when she approached our office to draft this bill was to handle 3 issues, and that was to prevent unlawful invasions of land when there is an incitement to do so. The second issue she wished to address was to consider the municipalities' involvement in applications for eviction and join those municipalities in these applications, and also look at the resources of municipalities and whether they are able to commit to an order for alternative accommodation. The third issue that she also asked us to consider was the availability of alternative accommodation and the possibility of making that alternative accommodation temporary in circumstances, or providing a period for alternative accommodation so that the municipality's resources could be evenly distributed. So whether this strengthens the DA cause, I'm not sure. Whether it is inconsistent with national policy, well, currently, the department had approached this committee and has said that they are relooking at considering amendments to the PI Act. Whether it affords people with dignity, I will say that our office prides itself in considering every single legislation provided by members when we do private members' bills, and we have something called a certificate of constitutionality, where we have to look at the bill and hold it up against the Constitution to see whether it is compliant with the Constitution, and then certify that it is in line with the Constitution, which this office did. Obviously, members do approach us with various suggestions regarding policy directives, and we advise them according to the Constitution. So we had advised Honourable Powell on a number of issues that we removed from her bill, and we also included or tweaked certain clauses that she wanted to make it constitutionally compliant. So I can say that it is constitutionally compliant. Honourable Poole raised a question regarding currently with PI, what resources are in place to realistically meet the obligations of PI. I think that's another question for the municipalities to answer, because whether municipalities have resources to comply with PI is an issue that is involves budget and involves a position that the municipalities can take. I cannot answer that, as it's not really a legal question per se. Honourable Gumede had a few questions, and the first question was the root causes, that you felt that the bill considered the root causes rather than the symptoms of orchestrated land grabs. And yes, perhaps it did, because the bill only considered PI and considers what PI does, which is to prevent unlawful occupation. But perhaps there is a bigger question here. What is the root cause of illegal land grabs? And that needs to be addressed in other legislation, but not the PI, because the PI deals with illegal evictions. I think then there was also a question regarding how does the bill address the practical budgetary constraints of the municipality? And there again, I'd say that this, I think, was the main reason why the member had approached us to deal with Section 4(6) of the PI Act, which is to include a joinder application for the municipality, because as members all know that this is, in terms of jurisprudence, blue moonlight trading is the judgment. But the fact that the bill had not been amended to reflect this, and also a consideration of the municipal resources, is important, not only to avoid the municipality giving the municipality a scapegoat, but also to inquire what budgetary constraints do you have in order to fulfill your obligation, because we would not want a situation where the municipality is held in contempt of court for an order of alternative accommodation that they cannot provide because of budgetary constraints. I hope I've answered all those questions. Thank you, honourable members, and thank you, honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, I just want to hear from the department, DG and Deputy Minister. I think you heard what the members are saying about the bill. Tilana has answered some questions. DG, Deputy Minister.
Morning, Chair. The DG is going to respond to the questions, but however, I take counsel from the members which suggest that because the bill is a work in progress, as we are busy with the bill itself at the level of the department, we are going to consider what is raised here by the honorable members. However, the DG will respond. Thank you so much.
DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think Mr. Paul Masamula can respond to this, and we stand by the same posture the DM has given us a guidance that this bill is still work in progress, but I think to the specifics, our head of legal services, Mr. Masamula, can respond. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, DM.
Open your video. The meeting is live.
Okay.
So Parliament wants to see who's speaking.
Am I? Thank you.
Open it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, DM and Mayor. Good morning. I think one important issue that I would want to raise is that I'm sure we could also see that the consultations, which is sometimes, or rather in most instances, pieces of legislations are found wanting because of lack of meaningful engagements which would have happened in the formulation of that legislation. And I think we all know that this legislation, it's one of the legislations that is highly contentious. There are serious interest groups on it, and obviously when you do it, you will want to balance the interest of the occupiers and also the people who owned pieces of land. So when you do that, you want to move largely and get public engagement on it and make sure that all stakeholders have made their contribution. And I think we should all be able to say, I think about 8 or 7 people who responded to this. I'm sure we wouldn't necessarily call it a meaningful engagement so far. And it's just surprising, but I'm just saying it shows that it is not covering, because I would have thought that there would have been also engagement with SALGA, which represents municipalities, and not only one municipality. Where I see here, I see one municipality that was able to engage on the act, which is City of Cape Town. But I think what we have done in the department so far, and that's why I agree with honorable members who says perhaps let's make sure that we drive the process and allow what we are picking up, because there are other parts that we really agree with the private members bill, and infuse them so that we are able to move as broad as possible to make sure that all parties are engaged on it. Because currently we have been engaging with SALGA on the draft that we are having to make sure that at least we are covering the interest of, the views of all other municipalities. But we are also, because we are now finalizing the PI policy, which we have, all provinces were invited to make inputs, and municipalities. So it's important to ensure that there is indeed a meaningful engagement, which we have already done. I just want to also indicate that Section 4, subsection 6, it has it's likely to have unintended consequences on what honorable or rather the private members bill seeks to achieve. It tries to protect the budgetary constraints of municipalities. But I think what it does, it brings a new category over and above that, the one that exists, of vulnerable groups. Now it brings a category of people where you check if the people is having financial means and all that, health situation, which many people will be covered in that category. And therefore it will be a must for the municipality to provide alternative accommodation. But in the current form, you are having a category that is limited and is not expanded like this act, the private members bill seeks to achieve. And I think it's an error from where I'm sitting, that as and when they want to address something, but they are opening up another challenge on it. But I think on the presentation that was made, there's a part that talks about that it says that Section 4, subsection 6 is redundant. And I think the redundancy that they actually mean, it was not necessarily ourselves who raised that part, but I think what they are trying to say is, in Section 4, subsection 6 and subsection 7, there's a distinction between the period at which the unlawful occupiers would have been occupied the land, which subsection 6 talks about before 6 months, and subsection 7 talks about after 6 months. But the courts would have ruled that it doesn't matter whether it was before or after. And I think the private members bill continues to make that distinction, which it will not serve any purpose. And that's how I think they were saying it is redundant to have that part. So I think from our view as the department, we think indeed it will be very helpful for all of us to come together and work together and make sure that indeed we consult as much as possible and have a product that will indeed serve our people in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're stepping off the item. What we agree upon is that we're going to do further consultations, both administratively and politically, to develop a way forward on the bill. The members are saying it's better if the process is driven by the department, and I think there's consensus around that. The chairperson of this portfolio committee was once mandated to go and have a discussion with the minister to make sure that because we can't, the timelines given by the department, those were not acceptable at all. Remember, the primary responsibility of Parliament is to enact legislation. And yes, while we are being assisted or things are initiated by departments, but departments cannot take forever. Now, when the timelines were saying up to 2029, we even gave reasons that 2029 is a dead year because it will be a year of elections. And I think we understand how long does it take to do public participation when you want to consult on a particular bill. So those are the issues that we will need to look at. The chief whip of the largest party also will have to give guidance, consult with the leader of government business to make sure that we prioritize this bill or the amendment of this act as a matter of agency. I think that's what members are saying. So as we leave here, Deputy Minister, DG, let's try to rework the timelines so that we're able to deal with the bill. But we will still get guidance politically and administratively from the office of the Speaker and the office of the chief whip of the largest party. And then from the legal office, Tilana, if you can just, even if it's not now, you can write to us through the secretary of the portfolio committee, the process to be followed. Here is a member's bill, and we're going to consult each other. Once we have agreed, what should be the process to kill this process and continue with the other process of the department, because we must bring this process of private member to its logical end and then continue with the process initiated by the department. You can just write to us to guide that this is the route to take.
Yes, I think this is where the motion of desirability comes in, that you have to take that motion, and if you find it undesirable, then you would that would be in your report to the House to say that the bill was found undesirable by the committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we are done with this item. You are released, Tilana.
Thank you.
Go and look at other things. Thanks very much for your availability. Whenever we need more guidance, we'll consult with your office. Thanks very much. Honorable members, let's move to the next item, the report. You remember that when we were on Oversight in Free State, we visited a number of municipalities, Mitsmaulu, Mangaung, Machabeng, and we visited even other projects that belong to Shra and so on. Honorable members made some observations and made recommendations. We just want to know how far is the province, inclusive of municipalities, with with regard to those recommendations. The department, if I recall, was led by the CFO, and I think when the report was drafted, the CFO has signed on it, and I guess she agreed that this is the report we can present, because there are certain things that we said the CFO must follow up, and others where we said the door lock must be fixed, the floor vinyl must be fitted, and we said the CFO, even if he's not here in person, should send some people. Once they say this is done, to send some people to make sure that to verify whether things are done as they are being reported. So I don't know whether, but I think in the interest of time, let me allow the Free State advocate to lead the presentation. HOD?
Good morning.
Maybe before that, HOD, I think there is an apology from the MMC Human Settlement of MMC Ntapo from Mangaung. She's going to leave with the executive mayor because they are both expected to present the caucus. But like we said, once you are done presenting, please come back to the meeting. Thanks very much. HOD?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, DM, the Mayor, MEC, and Honorable members, the DG, and colleagues. Honorable Chair, respectfully, I'd like to yield to my political principal, who's on the platform, who's MEC Saki Mukwena, if you allow, kindly.
Oh, I was not aware that he's in the meeting. Honorable Mukwena, you are welcome. And you can make your own, you can continue. Honorable MEC, my apologies. I was not aware that you are in the meeting. MEC? MEC? Is the MEC in?
Yes, it's in, Honorable Chair.
Okay, continue, MEC.
See. It's like this. Whoa. Okay, man. Eric, Reletuna Abu.
Hello, Chairperson.
Hi, Secretary.
Yes, the MEC is in the platform, but he is muted now.
Which gadget is he using?
Written Saki Mukwena.
Yes, MEC, you are muted.
Yes, the MEC is just struggling with his gadget, but I just called him, Honorable Chair. He just said in a second.
All right.
Kindly, please.
Yes, morning, Chair.
Morning, MEC.
Yes, sorry. I had stepped out to pick up a coffee, but I'm here, Chair. Yes. I'm not sure if the Chair can see me.
Very handsome MEC, you may proceed, Chair, with your permission, you know.
Yeah, MEC, you can proceed.
Yes. No, thank you very much, Chair. I hope you hear me.
Honorable Ditebe is highly involved in the Free State internal issues.
Well, I hope he shares with the flu that you are battling, Chair. He must not just only share others, but share wholly. Yes, but thank you very much, Chair. We are here with the team, the HOD and the entire senior management of the department. As we have been called to come and report an account, Chair, we do have a report that the HOD will then take the committee through, at the end of which, Chair, we will then be able to interact with either the discussion or the clarity-seeking questions. We have done our utmost best to respond to all the issues that have been raised, and in the event that there's anything we're missing, the committee is at liberty to really guide on such issues that we might need to respond to. So without any further delay, Chair, may I ask through you that the HOD be allowed to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Chair. As Dr. Ramorena will project and list the hosts, I want to confirm that we have one integrated presentation under the stewardship of the CFO from National. We met, we discussed, we arranged one presentation. Can you just project? Chair, if they will allow me the sharing powers, I am projecting the presentation. And if I'm allowed to share that, I will greatly appreciate. I think it's in order. I'm just going over to the presentation mode. Thank you very much, Chair. The Deputy Minister, MEC on the platform, members of the Portfolio Committee, Executive Mayor in your absence, in your MNCs, mayors from the different municipalities joining us on virtual platform, municipal managers, colleagues, DJ Alec Moyemi, and all other colleagues I may not have recognized. I'm presenting here our report in terms of the observations of the Portfolio Committee when they visited our province in March this year. And like the Chair already indicated, I will not be touching on issues that deals with the background of the project, specs, what the project intended to cover. In fact, I will touch on certain slides in terms of the respective topics. This presentation has about 95 slides and 14 themes or topics that emerged out of that. I'll be dealing with 13 such topics, and Metro will be taking over from topic 14 and finish off the presentation. If you allow me, Chair, the first topic or theme, it's about Varanani, the appointment of Varanani, the rationale behind the appointment, and where we are at the moment, the status quo. Chair, in terms of I'm trying to move something here, Chair, that is prohibiting me. Chair, in terms of the provincial status of our backlog, I'm firstly addressing the backlog
of our projects, our housing projects. The department, where am I now? How did I get, someone driving my slides. Okay, thank you, Chair. The department opened the current financial year with about 697 block projects. 73 of such projects were unblocked, and we plan in the next coming financial year to unblock additional 159. A total of 4,407 incomplete units actually emanated from these block projects. In terms of the actual title deeds, we started with a backlog of 10,298 since which are 394 title deeds and 18,395 post 94. A total of 947 title deeds are intended to be delivered in the current financial year to their rightful beneficiaries. Chair, you will appreciate that given these block projects, a number of financial claims and contractual disputes have since emanated, and the department is dealing with such from time to time. If we deal with the subject matter before us, Chair, the matter of the appointment of Varanani, the rationale thereof. In 2023, we went out on a procurement drive for the 2,000 incomplete housing units, which direct as far back as 2006. Varanani's bid, Chair, was one of those many other bids that we received, and it was a successful bidder. It was appointed for 454,090,796.70 cents, which was to run over a period of 24 months. The actual scope of work, Chair, we need to indicate upfront that it was conceived badly in how the whole document or the contract was packaged, from the sense of us having to itemize all other work that was to be executed under this contract. We should not have gone on an itemized billing. We should have rather appointed Varanani on an understanding of us having quantified the units and appointing them on the understanding that they were working within the subsidy quanta. As a matter of fact, the appointment letter that was issued by the then HOD, Memasimene, was very clear to say to Varanani, you are appointed for 454 million based on the subsidy quanta. But this matter has since came back later to bite us because Varanani, as and when it started implementing the project, started reminding us that certain other items were measured separately in their itemized billing. Those items referred to here as geotechnical investigations, where they needed to do the soil profiling for certain projects where the geotech was not available. If we move to the next slide, Chair, the performance of Varanani on this contract that was concluded. We now know that Varanani has cast about 1,050 foundations, which we refer to as P5.1, a milestone in terms of how we pay on a progressive nature. And they have completed 859 units, but we then since discovered that it's actually 702, despite them having claimed 859 units, which we are looking at as part of what we refer to later as an overpayment. Chair, you would remember that in the province of the Free State, we had then taken a decision as EXCO to build bigger and better structures in the past. And some of the incompleted houses had these foundations that were bigger than 50 square meter, as opposed to a minimum norm of 40 square meter that we actually deliver to our beneficiaries throughout the country. So Varanani, when they were supposed to attend to these bigger structures, they started indicating a whole host of issues to indicate that it is too much for them. The allowed amount would not fit within the 50 square meter that we want them to do. Certain units were left at wall plate level. You had walls protruding high up, and Varanani started citing issues of structural integrity, despite authority reports such as NHBRC indicating clearly that the walls can actually be attended to and they must attend to those houses. At the end of the day, Chair, Varanani decided to cherry pick on certain sites, deciding that certain sites they will not attend to, I can mention here sites in the Kwakwa area, given the topographical nature of such sites. A particular site where we had a lot of unserved beneficiaries there, at a small town in Rosendal. The project there, we had a road construction project that was underway, and Baranani started citing the delay and the inaccessibility of this site due to the road construction project. And they then decided to request that they be allocated another site. So this has been an ongoing issue in the marriage we had with Baranani. Chair, I have already indicated that the appointment letter to Baranani was very clear that it has been appointed within the subsidy quantum. The subsidy quantum of 183,257 is given, but Baranani has since decided to claim other extra costs, which they refer to as engineering fees, clearly captured in our poorly captured or conceived bid document, which had separately measured geotechnical cost or profiling of the soil conditions in their bid document. This to them they refer to as engineering fees, and to them these engineering fees included the cost of having to conduct geotechnical studies. Based on that, you would then have to do the foundation design, because it informs the type of design that you would have to execute. And the cost of having to come up with the house plan, which you would submit to the municipality, and finally, the supervision of the supervision cost for the construction of the unit. For Baranani, ordinarily these costs to them should be borne by the client, being ourselves as the department, and then they decided to submit a bill to us that they refer to as engineering fees, to say we have to incur this cost, which we must pay as the department. They are not part of our scope. We indicated to Baranani that there is funds set aside in the amount of 20,357 that emanate from the preliminary and general costs. But to Baranani, these costs are not meant for such costs. They are meant for their traveling expenses, accommodation, salary, and other related costs of running the project. So they are not meant for anything that has to do with the geotechnical costs, foundation design, submission of house plans that must be paid at the respective municipalities, including the supervision of their own engineer on their own work, besides or over and above our own engineers supervising the work and co-signing with their engineers. To date, such an invoice amounts to about 4.5 million, Chair, and that invoice is in dispute since early June, July this year. And as a result of this invoice, Chair, we are at this point that the dispute has been declared by the department regarding the engineering fees. And given this dispute, Baranani has since abandoned site since August 2025, citing the payment of this 4.5 million as a precondition for their successful return to site. The HOD rightfully instructed us as the officials of the department to engage adequately with Baranani to try to find each other, but these engagements drew blanks. We could not find each other. We then sought legal advice as to our right in law. We can report today, Chair, as we are sitting here, that the contract between ourselves and Baranani has since expired on the 12th of October through normal exclusion of time. And the parties have since exchanged correspondence to settle the dispute through arbitration, because at this point, we advise Baranani that the contract is now expiring, and we recommended that instead of dragging each other to court, we recommended that the matter be subjected to an arbitration process, because we believe it will be cheaper, convenient, and faster for parties. Chair, on our part, we have since resorted to a recovery plan, which we'll deal with at a later stage. But I now need to report as follows: that we looked at issues related to the performance of Baranani in terms of the outcome of their products. We can indicate here that there has been glaring deviations from the approved specification that was provided to Varanani. Here in the picture, Chair, I can point out to this nice, beautiful house that you are seeing here. This house here has got a concrete slab in front that you can see, but on the sides, there is no concrete slab. Our specification is very clear that the contractor, upon final completion as part of P5.3, must construct an apron around the house, and Varanani's houses only have got this slab in front and at the back. The picture in the middle depicts a gentleman and a lady standing next to what looks like a hanging zinc in the kitchen. That zinc, in terms of our spec, Chair, has to come out with a full cupboard and 2 doors. The cupboard with 2 doors, nice and neatly packaged to allow a beneficiary to even pack his cutlery in that particular cupboard. But with Varanani, they were just hanging this in the open air and providing it as such. The far right-hand picture, Chair, depicts a glaring structural cracks that you can see towards the end of the edges of the beams. And these are all the problems that we have picked up on all the houses that Varanani has given us. Chair, in terms of the recovery plan that I referred to as the department, we have since implemented the following measures to say, one, as and when we now want to reallocate the scope of work to other contractors, we have since improved the internal pre-construction analysis of scope prior to contracting to say, what are the issues that we want these contractors to attend to? Because some of them have already started telling us, no, we are aware that Varanani was not constructing the apron around the house. Why would you also want us to do the same? We have also, as part of the recovery plan, we have also subjected this Varanani contractual dispute to an arbitration process, which we are hoping that Varanani will agree to without necessarily going through courts. In the process, we requested Varanani to submit their final account and their closeout report, because we are mindful that at the time when they abandoned site, they may have been busy with other sites, which they have not as yet claimed, and they may be due for such payments. So we requested the final account and the closeout report to that extent. In terms of the bigger scope, Chair, we have since reallocated the following units to other contractors in the Deneville, Metsimaholo local municipality. We've allocated 489 outstanding units to 2 other contractors that we've divided between 2 contractors there. In the Sasol Zambera area there, we have allocated 135 units to 1 contractor to undertake that scope. There was 1 specific number in Excelsior Machatreta in the Mansopa local municipality. We've allocated a contractor also on that similar area of Bethlehem. We've allocated 2 contractors. We've split the 144 units to 2 contractors, and those contractors, Chair, as we speak, are on the ground, are running, will assist us to realize our targets for the current financial year, and we are anticipating that this unit will be completed in the current financial year. Chair, you will ask at this point to say then what then are the consequent management processes that the department will indulge in, given the default by Varanani and other contractors. Chair, we have since resorted that we will report Varanani and other similar defaulters to Treasury for these companies to be blacklisted. Given the structural defects that we picked up on most of Varanani's projects or completed sites, we are going to utilize the retention money that is still in our safe custody to fix most of these defects on most of these structures, Chair. We are also trying to investigate the role of key senior managers in the implementation specifically of the Varanani contract. And we have picked up a number of overpayments and duplicate payments through our own internal exercise, Chair. I can already tell you that Varanani, over and above what they are requesting as an extra payment for engineering fees, they were paid and added created milestone which at this stage we try to locate if an addendum to this effect was effected to their contract. This milestone was captured as P5.1A, which would have talked to geotechnical cost, but in their view, it is not related to that. It is related to the distances between their projects. Their argument is that most of their projects were scattered given the sparse nature or the geographic nature of the province, that certain projects are spreading far out in the hinterland of the province. That you find a project lying outside or not within the close proximity of material suppliers such as ready-mix concrete, and they needed to be paid an extra amount for them to still be able to do business. So we try to look at these payments and say that these payments were not due and payable, so we'll be looking at those. Chair, to this extent, we have already referred the matter to state law advisor because we are not naive that Baranani will be taking us to court despite the request that we go the arbitration route on this matter. Chair, if we provide here to you, we are saying to you that in terms of the general payments that we've already effected to date, the summary here is for this number of projects of Baranani, which paid to date 187,608,893 to those projects, and we're still counting because we are waiting for their final account, as I've already indicated. So the figure might swell to 200 million of the 454 million that they have been appointed for. I think this, Chair, brings us to the end of that particular theme under Baranani, and it leads us to a theme on Caleb Motsabi. And on this particular slide, Chair, I'll talk to slide number.
Okay. I was saying we are not doing well on time. You have 95 slides. If you can summarize, because I want to dedicate a lot of time to members to question the report. Please.
Doc, take the most thing as read. So just go for the highlights.
Chair, thank you very much. I will rush through. In terms of this particular topic or theme, I'll implore you to go with me to slide 14 for this project completed in 2022. And we're working with the municipality. We are mindful and we are aware that certain cases were not done. We are working with the municipality, and to this extent, I want you to go to slide 16. Chair, here on this particular slide, we are just reflecting on the historical issues about the vandalism on the project and the legal connections. If we pass this part, Chair, back at this point, we are pleased to report that part of our ongoing efforts with the Metro, the municipalities, that we have since agreed on certain resolutions that we will conduct an audit on the existing infrastructure. Why are we doing so? We're doing so to determine the remaining scope because we are aware that certain phases were not done. So we wanted to map out the whole system to say, in terms of the whole infrastructure system, this was done, this was not done, and ultimately we want to produce as-built drawings. We also want to do a final quantification of the financial implications of the outstanding phases so that we are able to determine if the province will still have the money to finish off the outstanding phases or if the Metro through the USDG grant will come good. Chair, in terms of the way forward, both parties, Metro, we have since appointed consultants on our part, ECE, and on the part of the Metro Africa Engineering. The slide speaks to itself. I'll move to the next topic, Chair, if you allow me. That will be the hillside view development. And specifically, I want to go straight to slide 22. On slide 22, Chair, we are aware that there were 34 unoccupied units in hillside view. Under this particular development, the department has since contracted 5 contractors and 11 units were rectified, including the infamous beggars and public protector matter. And to date, we're having 5 units and no longer 6 units that are vacant. because on daily basis, as and when we trace these beneficiaries through our SMEC directorate, we then start allocating a contractor to attend to their houses, because these houses, as they were vacant, they were vandalized. We can report today to the portfolio committee that certain units are illegally occupied, and legal is working on this process of evicting them. Chair, in terms of the challenges, we're having serious challenges in terms of tracing of these beneficiaries so that they can occupy their houses. We also have picked up on our system that there are instances where there are more than one applicant that were approved per site, with title deeds already registered on those specific site numbers listed. And we have houses that are allocated but with no records on our housing subsidy system. Those specific site numbers, Chair. Chair, if you allow me to move to the Hillside View development, specifically on the Mill Vet site. During the visit, observations were made on structural defects on these houses, that the fencing was not wholly covering the entire site, and people were not happy with the roofing. What we have seen done today, Chair, was NHPRC has since completed the structural integrity assessment of all the 50 units. The department is enrolling a rectification plan in partnership with the Department of Correctional Services and our Mill Vet guys. We are going to use the methodology of the enhanced people's housing process, where we'll be working with the beneficiaries, being the Mill Vets, to capacitate them in the process as well, Chair, as espoused by the policy. We've set aside 15 million, and this project will be completed in March 2026 to this effect, Chair. In terms of the Mill Vets at Vista Park, Chair, unfortunately, these houses are not occupied because the substations were vandalized. The Metro is working with us to repair the vandalized substations through the public entity company, Centlec, our sister company. And there was also a concern that the department did not dedicate a designated official, and to this extent, our own DDG, Mr. Seven Molek Mungela, has since been appointed to be a dedicated and focal person for the Mill Vet program in the province, Chair. So we've made big strides in this regard, and soon these houses will be fixed and the substations fixed as well, with the units energized so that these people can occupy these houses. Chair, if I move to topic 4 on the hostels, our CRUs, I will move straight to slide number 32, which provides an all-encompassing scenario of the delays we had, both on the Dark City, Silver City, and also G-Hostel. Chair, these CRUs are an ancient old problem, having been undertaken by multiple contractors. We provided this story, even included the actual payments that were made to these contractors. Today, Chair, we have completed the 100 units at Dark City and Silver City, the top sites. We've got 30 units, bottom side, we've got 100 units ready for occupation, bar certain conditions, which I'll come back to. At Velcom, Chair, we've got 270 units ready for occupation. But Chair, these units, if you were to ask me, can the beneficiaries, can the tenants move in now, today? I would say no, we are unable to move in tenants in these units. One, at G-Hostel, with the problems we are having with the municipality and the ESCOM was not willing to assist us with the energization of these units. We needed to have some substations and the street lighting around the precinct of these hostels. And we had to depose an application ourselves as the department, as ESCOM was saying, no, they will not take an application from Machabe given historical debt and other related issues. Upon receipt of this application, ESCOM gave us a quote of 26 million to energize and provide substations and energize the area, which we are now looking at because our grant is under pressure, our HLDC grant is under pressure. We may have to reprioritize. But Chair, as part of a process of us not trying to repeat the problems of the past where we had these units ready and the contractor is done, we have since appointed a facility management company. This company's role was to come into being and run these units as a transitional arrangement until the units can be all transferred over to the respective municipalities, Machabeng for G-Hostel and the Metro for Dark and Silver City. The facility company appointed early in August have since done the processes, and they requested that they be part of the snag listing process because they were aware that the two contractors, Roberts in Vercom and Rubicon in Bloemfontein, were about to complete an exit site. They requested that they be part of the snag listing process to ensure that the facility is fit for purpose and ready for them to take over. During the walkabout, they identified a number of issues, Chair. I'm no longer going to talk to that slide, it's in here. These issues had to do with a number of things. The floors they were not happy with. They wanted the whole areas or the whole units to be tiled. They wanted us to change the electrical fittings to the rooms. They were also complaining about access control to these units, that the conception of these units was poor in that we did not provide for access control where you have the guardhouse at an entry point. These things, Chair, have since been costed by MTE, the consultant on the project, and we are now staring at big figures where we have to fix this, but we have decided that certain things we can yield to, certain things we may not be able to do, and we'll just accept as those issues that we can improve on as we move with the remainder of the units we could not complete. Chair, this will basically draw me to the next topic as I pass all these other slides. I'll pass the Major project because if I were to talk about Major I'll only stop at slide 44. In slide 44, Chair, we were reporting on the progress to say the MEC has successfully handed over this project in August 2025. Those areas of concern, because the committee, the portfolio committee at the time was concerned that there might be issues of land invasion, but these issues have since been avoided as we are done with the project. The municipality has allocated the site correctly to the rightful beneficiaries that were on the waiting list. So I can pass this slide and come to theme 6, Readers Park Housing Project, and specifically stop at slide number 49, Chair, if you allow. At slide 49, we now know that there were outstanding 35 units here with associated problem of connectivity, the sewer and water-related issues. The municipality is working on this because the sewer connection points were blocked, the manhole, the nearby manhole was blocked, and the municipality has since assisted us in constantly unblocking these blocked manholes. In terms of the remaining 35 houses, the contractor was appointed, and we picked up that one beneficiary has since taken upon himself to build his own house on our own foundation, leaving us with 34 units. 22 such foundations have since been attended to, and with most houses now at one place, and they will be completed now end of November, Chair. If we pass on this and we move to Homestead Machabeng, this is an infrastructure project, Chair. I can move straight to slide number 54. On slide 54, Chair, we are reporting that this project was left uncompleted by a contractor called Mufumo Construction. We still need to do the sewer outfall line, do the sewer pump station, which is not functional at the moment, and connect to an existing bulk line. Chair, the consultant has done the rescoping of the project and have submitted documentation. All what we are going to do here is we are going to draw a contractor from an existing panel of service providers in the civil engineering diaspora and appoint this contractor to finish this particular project. If you allow me, Chair, I will move over to topic 8 or theme 8 about the Freereford project. Chair, we need to report honestly up front here that there hasn't been much traction or progress on this particular project. These units, they remain, they are displaying severe structural problems, severe cracks. And if we are seeing it's quite preoccupied, we have not been able to go out to this site and to do the re-inspection and the re-snaking of all these completed units. But we are in constant touch with NHBRC, so we'll be working on this. And we should finish this project before end of the financial year, and we'll report in the next reporting cycle, Chair. In terms of the Moindrai, our sewer infrastructure project, Chair, I want to go to slide 62. Chair, we've done a lot of work here with our MEC in particular, working with us and pushing us. Chair, this is a very massive project. This project undertaking in Metsimaholo was facing a lot of issues, especially with regards to the beneficiaries encroaching or building permanent structures on the pipeline route. On two separate occasions, Chair, we engaged with the community. On a particular day in October, it was on a Sunday, when the NDC set aside his time, and we went to meet with these beneficiaries and these community members, and we engaged them. Chair, on your part, there was an issue about the costume or the makeup of the sites in Moindrai. We provided this slide drawing from the Surveyor General Plan to say, in terms of the fabric of the sites in Moindrai, you've got 2,897 sites zoned as residential sites. So many sites are meant for community facilities. So even the community was concerned to say, do we even have got business sites set aside for us? Do we even have got the facilities for our children where they will play? So this project is proceeding very well, Chair, but we must indicate up front here that it's part of our projects that we are undertaking through ISUPG, our infrastructure, our informal settlements upgrading partnership grant for our infrastructure projects. And this ISUPG grant is under severe tremendous pressure in that most of our invoices are not paid at the moment because we are highly indebted to our service providers. We are trying to pursue our sister department in this regard because this project, unless we get some money elsewhere or unless we use what the DG Allen Muemi calls syndication of funds, we will not be able to see the end of it. But we are in engagement with the department to find each other and also engaging the service provider in this regard. Chair, in terms of the Sasolburg properties, our catalytic project in Sasolburg, I wanted to talk to the slides where we are reporting on, I think it's slide 67, Chair. On this particular project, Chair, this is our catalytic project. But the project is facing serious challenges, especially a court challenge marked in red on your slides, Chair. There is a court application that has been brought forward by both the Sasol Firm Company and Humphrey Forum before the High Court. The issues here, Chair, are that these parties are complaining that we are doing this massive development, yet we are not providing a clear argument in terms of bulk infrastructure. To say, now that you are planning to have this development, you are going to put pressure on an existing bulk infrastructure that already has got capacity problems. Show to us or prove that you'll be able to provide bulk to this new development. We are working towards this, Chair. We've already presented to our national minister with the NEC as the department. We went to meet the national department to provide our case to say if we can be assisted so that we can at least resolve this problem, because the conundrum of the situation here, Chair, is such that most of our infrastructure projects are suffering from bulk issues. That we will be finishing these projects, but will not be commissioning them because the existing wastewater treatment plants and pump stations are not in a position to be able to accommodate additional effluent that will be coming through. So we try to resolve this matter, but if we are not assisted, we are mindful that this will then become a white elephant. We've already invested a lot of money on this particular infrastructure, Chair, and this court process can really derail us. Chair, if you allow, I'm moving to topic 11, generally term on informal settlements. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to talk to all the slides on this, Chair. Number one, Chair, we are reporting here that we've got a total of 84,495 households living in our informal settlements in the province. We're making a statement that this does not necessarily include all other emerging informal settlements that may have emerged since then. In total, our registered recorded 189 informal settlements in the province, with Metro having 57 such informal settlements, and usually Busa district in Velcom as its seat or as the capital, having 55. Chair, if you look at our budget for informal settlements, in particular our ISUPG, for the current financial year, we've got 162 million. In the next financial year, we are not even at 50%, we are at 54 million. And in the outer year, we've got that amount. We are really stretched, Chair, to be able to manage these informal settlements and bring them to the phase 3 that is desired in terms of the DORA provisions. Chair, if we move to the next slide, our ICPG, Chair, is facing a tremendous pressure, as I've already indicated when I was referring to the Moy Drive project and all other GIC projects that are being enrolled in the province. Today, we've got a total of 73 million worth of invoices that we are struggling to pay, Chair, and these service providers are putting pressure on us, and we try to manage within these limited means. Chair, the situation as it stands is threatening the delivery of services and overall sustainability of our ISUPG program. Part of the intervention here, we are not just folding our arms, but the HOD and NC has since indicated that we need to engage these service providers, talk to them, especially in light of the emerging variation orders that we have encountered or that have been forwarded to us, and these invoices that are not being paid. So we're trying to check where we can scale down, where we could ease on our cash flow and restore some of the projects so that we are able to cut our cloth according to our height share. In terms of a particular settlement in Kutwanong area of Machabeng local municipality, Chair, there is this informal settlement K10. The phase 2 part of it, the phase 1 went very well as a department, we did very well there. But there's this phase 2 part. The phase 2 part, Chair, we have expressed our full support to Machabeng municipality to assist them in the actual counting of the K10 phase 2 part of the informal settlement. Chair, this enumeration process is expected to be undertaken jointly between ourselves and the municipality and our sister department, HDA. Why are we doing this, Chair? The rationale behind it for us to establish an accurate count of the total population of households and also to categorize these households in terms of their housing needs and their eligibility criteria. Once we've done this, Chair, we are mindful and we are sure that it will assist us in our future planning for the necessary intervention required and allocation of resources. Chair, the enumeration program is currently being developed with Machabeng to include all the 39 informal settlements in their respective jurisdiction. And it has been approved by council, and it was communicated to both ourselves and the HCA sister department. Then there is also the Guletu informal settlement, Chair, within the municipality of Machabeng, with a total of 3,434 evidence. We are supporting the municipality. We've done all specialist studies to date, Chair, and of course, with the exception of the traffic impact assessment that we are yet that we have already submitted, or rather resubmitted, because it was submitted and it was returned back for certain amendments, and it has been resubmitted to our Department of Police, Roads and Transport. The application as we speak is before the MPT. Chair, if we move to topic 12, progress on the asbestos project. We can report today, Chair, and this, unfortunately, I'll have to talk to all the slides on this particular theme. The first slide there, Chair, is giving you the actual, my slides are now not moving, thank you. This slide, Chair, is giving you the footprint of asbestos in the province, which is 35,975. If I move to the performance in the past, Chair, I can report that in the past the DBSA had partnered with us in with the department as an implementing agent in the 22-23 financial year. And out of this exercise and partnership, a proof of concept was designed, which resulted in the following: that the local civil engineering graduates were recruited at the time. We then engaged with the community and workshopped them in terms of the asbestos removal process. Permits were secured, and the AIA, the Asbestos Inspection Authority, was appointed at the time, and 250 roofs at the time were removed, Chair. But now, what is the performance to date? What are we doing currently? Chair, currently we have appointed HDA as an implementing agent for the rectification project of the 4-roomed houses. These 4-roomed houses depicted in the picture below, Chair, are a characteristics of our townships. We want to remove the top part, the roofs. We are doing so sensitively, mindful of the fact that some of the walls of the superstructures of these units, Chair, are in a state. They are in a state that some of them, if you just touch the roof, they might just all go down. So we have done assessment of most of the units and are taking to the units that we firstly can only remove the roofs. So today, Chair, we have allocated 20 million out of HSDG, the Human Settlement Development Grants, 20 million, and we are targeting 180 units. We have already appointed the PRT with HDA, the Asbestos Inspection Authority, and the specialist contractor to remove these roofs. And we have introduced this whole team to all the municipalities in the province. Beyond this part, Chair, there are these 2 rooms that you will be familiar with in our townships that were built during the apartheid period. We are making an effort to demolish 80 such rooms, 80 such 2 rooms, Chair, with our own earmarked funding to the tune of 30 million. It's not indicated on the slide, Chair, but the earmarked funding we've set aside as the province 30 million to demolish the 82-room structures in the province in all the districts. This we are doing, Chair, as we are also mindful that some of these 2 rooms are roofed with asbestos. So we are also doing away with the asbestos illness. And Chair, we will be finishing this project now in March. We are already on the ground. We've appointed also on this project 10 contractors, a specialist contractor, because the 10 contractors' role, Chair, here is only to build the houses. And when we remove the asbestos roof, wherever we find them, we are also demolishing the structures. As we demolish the structures, Chair, we're doing so having already provided a temporary shelter as a decanting facility for the household. And then we are then providing a new house out of our Breaking New Ground program. So we will be doing this, and we are hopeful that we will finish this early in March 2026, Chair. If you allow me, Chair, I'll move on to slides to topic 13, which covers the theme, the Gap Infrastructure Corporation, the GIC. Chair, if you allow me, I'm moving to this slide, that's slide 79 on your package. GIC, for short, Chair, which is Gap Infrastructure Corporation, was appointed on the 27th of September through a participation contract based on the provisions of the Treasury Regulation 16.86, informed by the Public Finance Management Act. Chair, we appointed the contractor on a 10-key approach. They will then do the town-based services, the design and installation of internal civil services. By internal civil services here, Chair, we're referring to both water and sewer connectivity and the roads construction, which are internal roads, Chair. The actual scope of work contracted was for 25,000 sites in the province. The total appointment is a whopping 2.6 billion rands. To date, they have managed, GIC, they've managed to service 20,590 sites. And the project has since been completed in a number of sites. In the next slide, I'm giving you an indication of GIC active contracts. In the Bolukara Petersburg area, in the Kabit, those are the total number of sites and the actual contract value. You have the Itabazo in Harrismith and the light share. I'll pass this slide to save time. And this will take me, Chair, to the slide where I will call upon Menok-Tula Chakani, the HOD of the Department of Human Settlement for our metro, to report on this particular topic, Chair, Malawi Metro Municipality, and I hand over to Menok-Tula. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD, you can continue. Noktula.
Thank you, Chair. The CM is also in the meeting. He had wanted to just give a brief overview before I just continue. CM?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Executive Mayor, MEC, and honorable members. I thought I should just give heads up on a progress we have made. I think on the slide of the province, they touched on the challenges at Vista Park, for instance, the military veterans. I think our presentation will make a reflection. We are in process of addressing the challenges. I think we're far from each other, but we met with the province and the national department. I think it's last week and this week. So I think from our side as well, there were issues. I think the presentation by the province touched on the challenges, in particular in relation to our entity, Centlec, the issue of demolished power stations. I think we have now found a solution as the city. So the HOD will make presentation. I think also on the issue of contractors that we're working on Vista Park, there is progress that we have made. So the HOD will make a presentation. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, CM. HOD.
Thank you, Chair. If we can go to the next slide. Chair, we were requested to report on the plan for bucket eradication in Mangaung. The city has a total backlog of 79,082 households that are without waterborne sanitation services. And the backlog in the city requires 3.08 billion to eradicate all unserviced households. We have done a costing of the work that needs to be done, not just for bulk and reticulation services, but to also include upgrading of your wastewater treatment works, as well as the water that needs to then be assisting with going the full waterborne sanitation route. And the backlog entails formal and informal settlements. Formal being that in the city we have townships that have been formalized. Some already have houses that were self-built. Some are RDPs that have been there for more than 20 years or so, although there's currently no bulk infrastructure in some of those townships. So that is now the formal that we're speaking about, as well as the informal settlements that were touched on in the presentation of the province, where we have the 57 informal settlements that have been classified, which we are also servicing them through the informal settlements upgrading grant. And the city is currently implementing 25 projects under our ISUPG for the current financial year. And Chair, this was just a breakdown of all that needs to be done, whether it's main line connecting to bulk, as well as the product of main lines, and that was the total sum that is needed for to address and eradicate the entire bucket systems in Mangaung across the entire city. On the next slide. Please move the slide. Chair, as mentioned, that we have the 25 projects that we are implementing under ISUPG. For this current financial year, 25-26, the city is having a target of delivering 1,303 service sites. I will not go through the list of all the projects that we are currently having under construction for this financial year, but that was just giving a total to say of that 79,082 households with the through the ISUPG projects, we will then be able to yield those service sites. Chair, we were also in the process of recruitment of 12 engineers when the portfolio committee was here. We started our process, and the city was able to recruit 6 of the 12 engineers. The other 6 had turned down the city's offer, and of course they were mentioning that the offer was a bit lower than what they are getting, because most of them of course are coming from are working in the private sector, whether it's through consulting and or construction, but the offer that the city had given the other 6 was turned down, and the city is initiating another recruitment process that is improved to ensure that a larger pool of practitioners is attracted. And over and above the 6 successfully recruited, the city has also now recruited 2 general managers, one for water and the other one for sanitation. We've completed the recruitment processes. They have received their appointment letters as well, and they've just requested that they serve notice at their current employment. And GM sanitation will be starting on the 1st of December. GM water will be starting on the 1st of January 2026. Chair, we also had inquiry in terms of service delivery problems, which alluded to water leakages and sewer spillages across the city. We must mention that we are also reporting in line with Circular 88 to National Treasury on a quarterly basis, and that is where our performance is then measured in terms of the call outs that we respond to for both water and sanitation. And performance for the first quarter for water was at 90%, where we are having call outs responded to within the 48 hours. That is our target, in line with the Circular 88. And for sanitation and wastewater, performance for the first quarter was measured to be at 94.5%. And despite the leakage responses being better than before, Chair, the non-revenue water is increasing by 2%. And I must mention that an increase in the non-revenue water for us, it's mainly affected by the fact that when we go to our informal settlements, most of them, the water there is not metered. And of course, the internal consumption and the increase in the consumption of that water that is not metered would then for us count as water losses, which then increases our non-revenue water percentage. We have also costed what is needed for us to address the challenges, which is through 5.08 billion, of which we've also previously in the previous window had applied for BFI funding for the city to address the need in terms of that. And then for households that are without water, specifically in Busabelo, as was raised by the portfolio committee, there is a reservoir that was constructed and immediately vandalized in Busabelo West. A conditional assessment has been undertaken, and the contractor has been appointed for reinstatement of vandalized pumps, valves, and restrainers. And the pump station was also vandalized entirely. And the city will be able to provide bulk water after reinstating the vandalized components. And the city will also be providing water through communal taps to those informal settlements that are without water. This we have budgeted for as well under our ISUPG for interim services. And if you go to the next slide, this is just a list of the informal settlements that we would be providing water as was requested. In Section R, we have a contractor that is already on site. Construction is underway for water reticulation of 1,799 households. And then Section U, Section E, Section L, we will be providing interim water through communal taps by end of December 2025. And N8 Park and Naledi Park are to benefit also from interim water. We will be on site from November and will be done by January 2026. And Jasmine Mukhotu, which is Section T in Butabelo as well, will be provided by interim water by the end of Jan 2026. We should be done with communal taps. And then Section H, we found that it is inhabitable. Therefore, we will be relocating the people that are sitting on that informal settlement. And we've already identified the land where we have moved them to. It has completed its statutory land development processes, and we are currently repegging the sites for us to relocate those people. Then we are requested to show that the USDG is sufficiently funded, and it shows there, Chair, that for water and sanitation, 57% of our budget is going towards water and sanitation as apportioned in the USDG, in line with the DORA allocations, to say that a minimum of 56% was supposed to be allocated to trading services. So we were just depicting that more than what is required has been apportioned as such and is in line with the DORA allocation. On the next slide. On the update on the Kenta land dispute, this is also the Hillside View project that the provincial department was presenting on. Mangaung has tasked Doe Attorneys Inc. to review the contracts entered into by the city and the developers, and a report with the recommendations was presented to council, and council approved the proposed remedial actions. Doe Attorneys Inc. was instructed to draft amended contracts to align with the terms of reference outlined in the request for proposals, and it was not only for the Kenta but for all three catalytic development projects, Chair, as it included Vista 2 as well as Vista 3. Kenta developers, through their legal representatives, have declined the participation on the matter for us to realign their contracts to the initial terms of reference as per when the bid was advertised. For Vista 2 and 3, they have accepted that we align, and with Vista 3, where we had made undue payments, they've also requested that they are willing to pay back what was unduly paid, and they've also now participated in a space where we are amending and doing addendums that we will be taking to council next week. For the transfer in terms of Brandwag flats, SHRA had went out on an expression of interest for all their distressed social housing projects, which also included Brandwag, and it was advertised and closed. A total of 4 entities had submitted the expressions for this bid, and 3 of the 4 were found to be accredited by SHRA. We were part of the process of the evaluation, and we believe that it will be serving in SHRA's council of the 31st. For them to finalize as per the adjudication that they have undertaken, and we are expecting that appointment of the new SHI for Brandwag will be communicated to the city by end of November, Chair. And in terms of the eviction process, like when you were here, we were already busy with the regularization of the tenants at Brandwag, and we, together with SHRA, we have verified all applications that were received and engaged applicants on both incomplete applications as well as reasons why they do not qualify. SHRA has engaged all the legal representatives of the occupants of Brandwag to ensure that opposition is based on merit and attorneys understand the objective of social housing and how it works. Chair, we had already issued out, SHRA had already issued out eviction notices, hence now they were people that would have appointed their own firms to represent them as occupants to oppose. And then to date, only those 3 firms that are representing some of the residents have come forward. And where we are now, since the notice, we are just waiting for us to go to court, for SHRA to go to court and receive the final order for eviction. But from the side of the municipality, of course, because the residents are covered by PI, we have made provisions for those that would be qualifying beneficiaries for who are indigent and unemployed and will not be qualifying for social housing. We've acquired land as well, where we would be decanting them to, so that we can allocate sites to them, so that they are able to at least participate in that housing program. But for those that would be qualifying for other housing programs, we would be redirecting them. For CRUs, we'll be redirecting them to the correct housing program. For those that, of course, are above the threshold, we would then just be giving them a list of alternatives where they can apply from your national real estates and other real estate entities that are within the city that can offer rental accommodation in the city. And in terms of plans to resolve challenges of illegal land invasions. We had recent land invasions, Tabanchu, Botshabelo, and Bloemfontein, which have caused mistrust between the community and the communities and Metro, because they feel that once people go, Chair, and invade land, then those people, because of PI, they are then given preference because they are allowed to stay there, or they would be relocated if they have invaded land that is not habitable. And then they end up getting your PTOs and allocated sites, while some of the community members feel that they have followed the process and the system and have applied on NHNR. They remain on the backlog, but then they feel that those that are invading are now jumping the queue in terms of NHNR and HSS systems, where they would now then be given sites before these ones that have been waiting and without going and bypassing any processes of housing allocation in the city. But as a way to address that, we have went to our council to seek for us to be able to proactively allocate sites where we have completed statutory land development processes in line with SPLUMA, where we've done town planning processes and ensured that the township is established. And this is just a list of those errands that are ready for us to allocate sites. And it's Farm X2727, which has 3,600 erven, Botshabelo Section K with 1,988, Silosisha it's in Tabanchu 1,085, Botshabelo Farm 826 2,050 erven, Murujaneng, which is in Divetstop, has 905 ervens, and then we have Loria Park Phase 1, which has 400 ervens, which we were servicing, and it would be yielding 400 ervens with basic services. And Chair, on these sites, we were even considering that we would want to partner with the province to possibly build top BNGs for that site. And then, Chair, in terms of the catalytic projects, in terms of Vista Park 2 and 3, we had mentioned that we had signed an implementation protocol with the National Department of Human Settlements, Provincial Department of Human Settlements, ourselves, as well as HDA as our implementing agent. And the scope of the HDA was project implementation for both Vista 2 and 3, as well as IGR between the signatories, as well as fund management of the project. Chair, when you were here the last time, we had mentioned that there was a dispute on both Vista 2 and 3. The CM touched on it in the overview to say that we have progressed. We have sat down with the developers to correct where we had deviated in terms of the land availability agreement, and Vista 2 and 3 developers have both accepted that we correct the contracts, and we've shared the addendums with the developers to just make the final inputs so that we take them to our special council that will be sitting next week and have them approved as addendums so that the projects can continue and for the developers to then be back on site. There was also a request for the road extension to the dumping site just behind Vista 3, which is where our southern landfill site is at. And you would see on this picture that is depicted on the left, the middle left of the picture, depicts this road that needs to be extended for us to be able to make a way that can lead for convenience to the dumping site that is at the back. And the road was constructed by the developer, but of course they had ended within their site boundary. And when the contractual inconsistencies are resolved as we go to council next week for the addendums, we will then be engaging the developer to add this to his scope so that we are able to complete the intersection and provide the agreement as reached between the city for the extension of that road to the dumping site, so that it makes it easier even for the people that are in nearby surrounding areas of this development as well. If you go to the next slide. Thank you, Chair. I think from the action list, those were what we were, as Mangaung, were also supposed to just report in terms of progress from our side. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I don't know whether the executive mayor want to make some comments. Executive mayor, nothing. Can I check with the...
Oh, Chairperson, I'm sorry, I was battling to come to terms with my gadget. Once again, perhaps I saw that when people are talking, they show their faces. However ugly mine is, Chairperson, I'll try and show it. I'm sure it's now reflecting.
It's really ugly, yeah.
Granted. Now, I was saying, Chairperson, the story that my HOD and the city manager placed before the committee would be a subject of when we ask questions. Let me weigh in at that point. Thank you.
Okay. HOD, do you have some comments? Advocate?
No, I think you have
HOD province or municipality chair.
Advocate.
No, thank you very much. We're ready and able and willing to field the questions of honorable members. Maybe let me take the opportunity that the MEC is consulting the doctor now at 12 o'clock, Chair. So if he just goes quietly, don't be surprised. But my team is here and we have represented ourselves accordingly as we wanted to present to the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, if the MEC is still in before he leaves, do you have any comment, or has he left already? Or he's still here? MEC, do you have...
Chair. Thanks very much, Chair. I'll indicate I'll only leave exactly at 12 for the 12:15 appointment.
All right, okay. CFO department, you were the leader of the delegation representing the DG. Do you have any comment?
Honorable Chairperson, DM, MEC, Executive Mayor, and colleagues, good morning. Chair, I know it was a marathon of a presentation. We tried to cover 5 days visit of the portfolio committee in all the slides. I hope that we have responded to all the recommendations that we made. And I think, Chair, this is a joint presentation. We went back, as you said at the beginning of the meeting, the team went back to check some of the things. And I also personally went back to the province. We had a sitting whereby we discussed all of the items to look at all of the action list. And Chair, I think we are all together in this submission that we are making here today. We are ready to respond to the questions as they and when they come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can I see whether you have questions? It was an in-depth presentation. I only see Honorable Dameni and Honorable Kahakilwe, Abada, and Gamede. Let me give you 3 minutes each to interact with the presentation. Honorable Damini.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the meeting at large, the department from the municipality. Oh, Chair, can I please keep my camera off? I'm wearing party regalia, but it is myself, it's me. Just requesting that for the duration of my presentation, I keep my camera off. Okay, so it was an extensive presentation. So there are some projects that maybe I would ask the department to make emphasis on. But before I begin, ever since our oversight in the Free State, post the oversight, I found that the HOD of the department provincially has been very responsive to additional cases that we've brought to his office. So I thought that I must express that in the meeting first. The first one would be in Bloemfontein. We went to a community before seeing the military veterans, where community members were connecting their own sewer and doing their own water and sewer connection. And there were also visible illegal electricity connections. And the committee had raised a concern of saying that how do we know that they are not mixing the sewer pipe with the water pipe? And if the department went back to check or reverse then the illegal connections thereof. Secondly, in terms of the military veterans, one of the things that were a concern to them was the spec in the houses that they were receiving were not the same as Machabeng. So they felt that there's no... there's a vast difference in how the houses were built, but the executive mayor raised something of saying that also we need to look at how the criteria of what defines a military veteran, which was very important, and maybe if they can take us through, if they did revisit that those indeed who were considered and receiving houses being under the category of military veterans, did the municipality satisfy themselves that indeed it is that way? And then later on in the oversight, we went to a house where it was raining towards the end of our oversight. I'm sorry, I can't remember the municipality, but we went to an elderly household where we picked defects in the house where he was with his grandson. Did the department go back and fix the issues that we had picked up in that particular household? And then we had asked for the department to disclose how many contracts in the Free State does Ruakan have, because we had then picked up that in each and every municipality we had then gone to, there were elements of Ruakan having some sort of like a monopoly in the province of projects, and we wanted to know then how many in total do they have. And then there's a concern when it comes to the project in, you forgive my pronunciation, in the first one that the province had given, where they've taken each other to court. And one of the issues that were raised is that the scope of work wasn't properly packaged. And my question is that who was given the task to package the scope of work? Whose decision was it? And how many projects did that particular individual or department, when they packaged those projects, did they go back and fix the others? And how do you correct that? I don't get that. How does a package then is not properly speaking to what is the needs of the project? And then how does the department get to owe a contractor that much for it to get to court? And then it must be settled outside of court. For me, it seems that then there's a practice of a contractor abandoning a site. We go to court, we settle out of court, they don't go back to site, then somebody else must come, and then that is double the money that was required. And so how are you going to respond to it in terms of the financial model of it all? Because to me, then it seemed that at this point it would be skewed. And then with the 697 blocked projects, and then when I was counting to your target, it seemed like, if my calculations are correct, to unblock 697 projects, according to the numbers we've been given, it will take the department over 6 to 8 years to complete that, which is a worrying factor, because there are communities who are then frustrated by the process, that they were supposed to move into households, or these projects were supposed to be complete, but then there's this backlog. Is there a way to cut down the time period where we focus on the 697, and then they don't have to overlap an 8-year period of time. That's if my calculations are correct, Chairperson. Thank you very much. That's it on my side.
Thank you, HOD and your team. Executive Mayor.
Chairperson, maybe I should start first because remember I requested that at some point around 12 o'clock I'll be attending to other activities. Let me start with the Chairperson, the issue that deals with illegal connection to water and sewer. I think the province did weigh on the project, that is Kalek Motsabi. The one that was said to have been completed on the report that we received. And as we came in as the Metro, we realized that the project was far from being completed, and the communities that were living in and around the area indeed were doing such connections. And I think the province did indicate that we then instigated, Chairperson, then the province indicated in its report that together we went on the ground to rectify first and foremost such connections, and equally so to also look at what remedial measures must be put in place. So my answer to that would be it is really under control at the moment, but the resources would be needed at the tail end to ensure that we bring the project to its normality. And that would answer immediately to stand by saying, indeed, when we assume office, either as officials, either or as politicians, just as our hands goes down to say, so help me God, we inherit things that would have happened not in our lifetime, given our responsibilities in these offices. Now, I want to stand to say, although all the officials that are before the committee are answering to the best of their ability, one of the instruction before them is that they need to go deep into consequence management, both at companies that were hired to do this work and did not do their best, and equally so officials that colluded as well as politicians. It's not an easy task, but it has to happen. It really has to happen, both as we've agreed with the province and at the level of the Metro, because some of these things were cutting across. The same project that the Honorable Damini was raising is one of the subject to some of the steps that I'm referring to. On the issue of the military veterans, indeed, we are still on our case to say the country and the leadership of the country, especially at a national level, subject to some form of the initial agreement as we ushered in our democratic dispensation, must truly and honestly define the issue of what a military veteran should be. One, not beneficiaries of military veterans, but military veterans. And in this case, it must be taken into cognizance that the definition of military veteran in this country include, but not limited to, even those that serves in Bantustans in the heydays of apartheid, as well as those that were in South African Defence Force, and those that happen to have been in political parties fighting for the liberation. Now, that definition, when it comes to beneficiation, it must be defined properly. Who benefits what, when what has happened? It can be that, honestly speaking, those that were serving under those institutions and were benefiting, getting salary, getting all the kind of benefits would be equated to those that spend their life saving the revolution without any compensation to their life. So I think the design of the Department of Military Veteran with regard to veterans, when it comes to differentiations in terms of beneficiations, must be well defined. That's the first point that I want to raise. We did raise it. The second point that we want to raise is that when I say not beneficiaries, there is a cutoff date where people that belong to military veterans was by agreement, and that was 1994, if I'm not mistaken. And at that point, people were properly registered, were others were taken into the army. Well, of course, there were those that escaped through the eye of the needle, but their age and their history and their records would speak to the services that they provided. But Chairperson, I want to say someone who was born as from 1981, 1994 could have been 14. Maybe there's a case there to answer. But honestly speaking, the current military veterans, especially in some political parties that are claiming to be, they are far younger than that period under review. So that too must be taken into consideration. And by the look of things, those are the ones that are now occupying these houses that are meant for those that truly and honestly went through the difficult times and are authentic beneficiaries. So both political parties as well as responsible bodies, especially in those that are in government, must really take an active part. The unfortunate thing is that as a municipality, we provide the land, we probably may provide the development sites and everything, but in terms of determining who should actually be the beneficiary, the process starts with the province, and even the same province is a subject of what military veterans department would determine who should actually benefit in this case. So the beneficiaries are actually uploaded from the Department of Military Veterans. And when this issue is discussed, I think the Department of Military Veterans must be part of the discussion. And it must also go insofar as the Military Veterans Department determining what kind of a structure, the content of the structure, and as well as from the bill of quantity, the Military Veterans Department must be involved, because variation of houses from one area to the other in terms of the structure and the content of the structure remains to be a challenge, comparatively speaking, when these military veterans are discussing from all corners of the country. And that becomes a problem of lower structures such as the province and the metros. And we are really not responsible in terms of determining all those processes. I still insist that department must really play a critical and active part, including the Department of Human Settlement, even though they provide these houses. But in terms of determining the structure and the content of the structure, that department must truly and honestly come to the picture. Chairperson, there is a problem that deals with defining or packaging. Let me talk about bill of quantity. When any company, whether it's in the housing space or road construction or any other development that would come from any window of government, if they are not adhering to what is in the contractual obligation of the type of development that must take shape, it's prudent that government must act, because there are contractual obligations that are entered into, and those contractual obligations are standards. There may be some specifics with regard to the distance as well as the geotechnical surface that the report that might come from geotechnical report that might determine a variation here and there. But those are also entered into through agreements. Any company that operate outside any prescript of an agreement, which in accordance with the Honorable Dlamini was the element of packaging. If anyone does not respond to those specifications simply defined as packages, those people are out of order, and the government has to take action. And I'm sure our officials, as they were reporting, they did indicate that subject to what they have inherited, they are indeed tracing and taking action on some of these companies, including that Ferranani that did not adhere to what was given before it. On the 679 is a provincial question. I just want to weigh in by saying we have requested and we are following it up quite intensely that the metro must be accredited in order for us to be able to weigh in on some of this backlog to reduce the period under review, as it was indicated by the Honorable Dlamini to say to Osimbali. Given that ultimately maybe the Department of Human Settlement as well as the province would come to the party and really weigh on giving us that space, we would be able to, because of the number of these 79 block project. We also as a metro have our own, and we have got 7 towns, and all the 7 towns are equally affected. And I'm sure if we would come in, would reduce the number. It goes to the old lady that the grandmother that Mbali was referring to, Honorable Mbali was referring to, Chairperson. As a metro, because of the accreditation, we have got no right to begin to look at how we can restructure, revamp, or rebuild any structure that would have been damaged in our metro, because that right is not within us. We can only alleviate by providing rudimentary interventions, which would actually relate to the disaster management, but that's limited to not filled with any structural defect that might be before us. So if accredited, we would actually go to those extra miles. But the intervention from time to time we do, and at some point when the problem is beyond our scope of operation, we do get the intervention of some of the private sectors to really help alleviate some of the challenges that we face. But should there be any storm or any other form of disaster that comes our way, particularly on dwellings, that would affect houses of people and other related things, we tend to have difficulty in coming in because we are not in that space to do so. But unfortunately, localities see that as us being nearer to their services, and quite obviously would be on the receiving end to provide answers. And I'm afraid to say, given the volume of the challenge the province is facing as the inheritors of the 679, as well as other projects that were not attended to outside housing, they are, but within the department as well, they are really inundated with quite a serious challenge. I'm not their spokesperson. Quite obviously, I'm talking from the window of a metro, and I'm saying we could find our way also alleviating some of the challenges that we are faced with as a province. My final story, Chairperson, is that on this case, portfolio committees, I know they deal with institutions and structures based on the report that comes, subject to what might have been unfolding under this under this period that we are referring to. What is unfortunate is that I need to say it and say it vehemently, loud and clear, that some of the people that have really plunged us into some of the crisis that we are talking to have migrated, and I see them from time to time in other political parties, from other portfolio committees, perhaps including this one, now coming gun blazing to really point at us as if these things are new and are the happenings of yesterday. I think the portfolio committees must really also have the historical background that these projects are not present continuous in their nature. They have got their own historical background. And when we go through consequence management, and I think we need to be also helped, Chairperson, that some of the people that are now pointing fingers must be brought to book. That's my story, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Advocate from the province.
Chair, can I come in before him so that I can leave?
Okay, thank you. Come in, Missy.
Thank you very much, Chair. We before Chair, I did not acknowledge in the morning the Deputy Minister, the DG, the Mayor, as well as the team that they are leading. So I just wanted to correct that. That's the first part, Chair. The second part, Chair, in relation to Caleb Mutsabi, quite a lot of things have happened there on the side of the province, and whilst we are engaging with the municipality to ensure correction, we have already indicated to the department yesterday that there's a need, Chair, for us to consider forensically going into that particular space. Because as at the time when one got here, there are a number of efforts that will have been made. Some are directed by the Premier to make sure that we correct Caleb Mutsabi, and we've been meeting with a lot of untruths. If one is going to speak English, and you are sitting with a situation where a possible crime was committed against our people. And we might be sweating and answering these questions today, but those that are responsible, we need to bring them to the book, including the contractor that was involved in this. This will also help to avoid speculation, Chair. Going forward, the department, as the mayor who was trying to put the word in for us, as really, is coming from a history where a number of things were badly managed. That's why you see a high number of blocked projects, wherein we're battling to, bring them up to speed, conclude them, and make sure that our people's dignity is restored. So we will have been the epicenter of problematic governance and leadership in relation to the space where we are. And we got into the situation to try to bring about a correction to that. This will explain why the Varanani project has got this number of problems that you see. They are appointed for completion, but you look at the new foundations that they've gone to, they were really allowed to pick and choose. Then do as they wish, as if they are number one. It will explain, Chair, the changes were affecting the senior management to make sure that we bring about capacity and stability on areas like this. So we are making sure that as we move forward, we and the senior management are on the ground. We have turned how things were structured in the department, where we're trapped in a situation of a PMU and as well as a PMO, to the marginalization of both the districts and the larger sections of the department. That has been corrected now, which is why the department is able to place its hands firmly on every space where we are playing a role. And we are working with the municipalities because all these projects are taking place in municipalities to make sure that we do achieve a corrected situation. We are, of course, encouraged with the work being done, Chair, in as much as we know that there's a serious backlog that we are fighting with. Indeed, Varanani, we are likely to end up in the courts, and this project has been stalled. It has been wrongly packaged, Chair, in a sense that we can see how it is unfolding. Number of gaps that the report is beginning to pin, including the fact that there will be numerous engagement between the department as well as the contractor to bring about correction, to ensure alignment and so on. They have really touted what is beyond their capacity, and as a result undermined the terrain at which these completions were to take place. Our interest is to make sure that we replace them where we can and complete within the limited resources that we have. We can speed up anything, Chair, but it is always going to be within the constraints of the resources. We've already been knocking at the door of national in terms of where we believe we're constrained under the ICPG. And we can see where it will place us in the next coming 3 years, and we're trying to find answers already in time. So what one is really saying that we do appreciate the issues that have been raised. Yes, they are valid. And as a department, we are working hard to correct them, and we're always willing to be alerted to spaces where we might either not be doing well or they might escape our attention. But in overall, we are quite encouraged as to the focus of every capacity in the department to help us to resolve the matter. And thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Khakile.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go straight to the questions and let me appreciate the well-structured presentation from the province and from the city. And let me also applaud the province and the city for the work done since we last visited the province for our oversight. Chairperson, now I'll go straight to the questions. How far is the process of arbitration between the province and Paranani? And has the department started the process of arbitration? Do they have the date of the sitting, or who or which organization is going to arbitrate the matter? Is Paranani and other defaulters already reported to the Treasury for blacklisting, or is it still going to be done? And then for the Sasol project, is the department having a plan to assist the province? If not, Chair, I will then propose and to check if it is not possible for the department to prioritize assisting this project instead of sending money from other municipalities back to the Treasury, but to relocate the money or redirect the money to, or the budget to the province to finalize this project of Sasol. And then there is an amount of 73.2 billion worth of invoices to be paid to the contractors. Chairperson, I'm not sure how the department and the city is going to manage, but if you can be told if the department has any plan or a strategy to assist the province and the city with the payment of those outstanding invoices. And then there were, based on the presentation, there are 80 units to be demolished. I just want to find out if that process has started. If not, when is it going to start? And then, Chair, there's a intention by the city to eradicate about 79,082 households units to eradicate the bucket system. And they need about 3.8 billion. And based on their budget, I did not see that they are going to meet that money. But Chair, in addition to that, despite the grants received by the province and the city from the Department of Human Settlement, I just want to find out if has the province or the city requested assistance from the Department of Water and Sanitation, because in their budget, there is somewhere where there is a budget allocated for eradication of bucket system, and Free State is one of the provinces mentioned to benefit from such a budget. That is all that I wanted to ask, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. HOD. Will be followed EG. HOD.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me just be magnanimous in appreciating the kind, encouraging words from Honorable Dlamini, as well as Honorable Khakile. We are entrusted. We are entrusted, and we must strive to do the right things right. and we better not fail. Chairperson, let me just start with what the mayor has said and what the MEC has said with regard to Caleb Motsabi. Caleb Motsabi, as things stand, and is becoming crystal clear, not as clear as muddy water, very crystal clear that it's a crime scene and it must be treated as such. It must be cordoned and be investigated. And SMEC has directed us that there needs to be a forensic audit as far as Caleb Motsabi is concerned. We can't continue like that for all these years. We can't. We just can't. We need to get answers as to what really happened. As you walked there with the council, the ward councillor there, the ward councillor said a very terrible and quite shocking story that people wanted to connect themselves in terms of water and so on. And others did manage to connect. Whilst trying to connect, they wanted to have water and they connected where PAP is and so on and so forth. Not in a democratic dispensation where you're supposed to do that. Then you find that you going for PAP whilst you wanted clean drinking water and so on and so forth. And also how that one of PAP was congested because people were just connecting themselves as it was continuing. That situation has to be addressed and be addressed seriously. And the report from the ECE engineering will definitely assist us a great deal. Then I'm happy that we add idem in terms of our approach with the municipality without anyone holding back or defending what is indefensible. Honorable Dlamini is correct with regard to that house that we went to in Vredefort. We were there. It was so raining, and we saw the conditions of that house and so on. Yes, there are those kind of repairs that we are doing there, but the house is still under warranty. With regard to the issue of Varanani, but we did our best with regard to that house. But I must confess, we did not put in the tile. I remember the discussions was very much heated, and it was even proposed that we need to put on the tile and so on. I think we can fulfill that part through any other means of somebody donating or assisting in terms of putting the tile and so on. But generally speaking, the houses of Varanani are degenerating. And are degenerating because of exactly the contract. If you can't pronounce the problem you have, you can't solve it. Or better still, if you don't know where you're going, any road can take you there. And that's exactly what happened with Varanani. If you look at our slide 4, you will see the first point there. It's saying the department advertised a bid in early 2023 for the completion of around 2,000 incomplete housing units in the Free State from 2006. That was what was supposed to be done, and we were supposed to stick on. But instead, when the tail wags the dog, don't blame the tail. Varanani did all that they wanted to do instead of addressing this issue. And correctly, as Honorable Dlamini is saying, we would have done a dent in terms of incomplete houses. But as things stand now, we somewhat been taken aback by them withdrawing from the sites and so on, and we're starting again with the catch-up plan that we are doing. And on a straight line, she's correct that if you take the number there of blocked projects and you divide it by 159, it will take us close to 4 financial years and so on. But we don't want to go on a linear approach. We're going to deliberately and consciously concentrate on these block projects as well as the issue of incomplete units. We need to do that because it's extremely unfair where Nkhonoma Pathu is staying in a house which last ended at the walls, and it was just supposed to have the finishes. The neighbor had nothing, but the neighbor moves from the foundation to the wall plates and to the finishes and pass me whilst I thought I'm at 93%. We need to deliberately and consciously concentrate on those things. And we don't want to take the whole of our administrative life not having completed these issues of blocked projects as well as incomplete units. Honorable Chair, I'm not changing the question of Honorable Dlamini, but in my understanding, Honorable Dlamini didn't want to say Ruacon, she wanted to speak about GIC. And if I'm correct, I'll proceed responding on GIC. Because the question that was raised there between the 24th to the 29th of March this year was that everywhere you go, you see and hear the footprint of GIC, 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 GIC. Yes, GIC was appointed through participation through Regulation 16A.6.6, where we participated with Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, to the contract of Northern Cape. Then they were given work to do for 25,000 sites. But as you can see, it's in the length and breadth of the Free State, and they are having how many subcontractors? 12. And that Dr. 12 under them who are working and so on. But there are two projects that we are not supposed to conflate that GIC was appointed for. One was this one, which was through the Regulation 16A.6.6. Two, they were also appointed as the implementing agent, of which that contract or that appointment of being an implementing agent was subsequently rescinded post the visit of the portfolio committee. And I can speak more on that because in Elman Pempeliona, but we had to do something in terms of how we correct ourselves as far as that is concerned. On the GIC, on the Varanani, the qualms are around a mere 4 million or 4.5 million. Mere 4.5 million. And you find that we deadlock in terms of the discussions. Not for the lack of trying on our side. I led the team. I spoke to the owner of Varanani more than once. I spoke to him with his team and I said, let's separate the issues because the issues of the engineering fees, we can subject them to a task team because it's an issue of interpretation. Whatever they say in terms of the interpretation, then we can see how we finalize that issue. But whilst we are doing that at the technical level, for the 4.5 or 4 million which is under dispute, at least continue with your work. Continue with the scope that you've been given and so on. They threw us in the cul-de-sac. They withdrew from all sides. And was it supposed to happen? No, it was not supposed to happen. But the default position is that you go back and you begin to look as to what is that has been done right, or what is that has been done wrong. I call it the era of omissions and commissions. And exactly we found that. We found at closer scrutiny that we have paid in excess of 30 million, which was not due and payable to Varanani. And Varanani might be having their case to say, we want our complete scope and we wanted to complete, and they can have their case all rights reserved. What has been done out of the 2,000? The 2,000, only 2702 has been completed, let alone the foundations of 1,050. But units is 702. And that's where we are. But when you look at the contract says to you, you can't just rush to court. You must either go arbitration, mediation, and so on. And coming to the question of Honorable Gekakilwe. We wrote to Varanani because their contract expired now on the 12th of October 2025. We wrote to them, we said, their contract has come to an end. We need a closeout report and we need your final account. But we knew that there are issues outstanding. And we made an invitation to say, let us go to arbitration, or let us go for any other mechanism that we can find each other, because no one among us can go to court straight away, themselves or ourselves, because there's a deadlock breaking mechanism in the contract which said follow this particular
Thank you,
this particular process. So we there. Nothing is a casting stone. We can engage. We must talk. We'll have to find each other. But as the doctor has outlined, the work of government has to continue. The wheel of government grinds the slowest, but it grinds the finest. But the secret is that the wheel must continue grinding. We must continue doing our constitutional mandate in terms of building houses and so on and so forth. If we are found at fault, having redistributed the scope, of course, we'll self-correct and begin to say the houses are still supposed to be built and we can find a kind of settlement, how we go forward and so on. So, Honorable Gekakilwe, we haven't as yet started with the issue of arbitration. We are in the process of doing that and so on. We did not report as yet Varanani to Treasury for what is commonly known as blacklisting. I call it a restricted service provider register. We have not as yet done that because we didn't want to jump the gun. We have to verify our facts to the teeth. Because if you report and blacklist a company, it has far-reaching consequences. And for those who do participate in athletes or they run, they know you can be disqualified for jumping the gun. So we didn't want to jump the gun. We are going systematically and beginning to address this issue and so on. Chairperson, the CFO will speak on outstanding invoices, accruals, payables, what, and so on. The vicious circle that the department is caught in, servicing the debts of last year with this year's money. And then you service the debts of this year, which are due and payable with next year's money. Then you are caught in a vicious circle of sort and so on. And the question is how did we get there? Let me just talk quickly as I give my colleagues also part to respond. The issue of Sasolburg might be good or might end up being Gaza, a very sad story. it might end up being a very sad story, and it might end up being an investment in vain. We've been taken to court by AfriForum and Social Back Company. And their argument is that whilst they raising the issue of they not happy with the typologies of houses that we are going to build there, which is going to affect the value of what they have and so on, but they're also talking about the capacity of our systems in servicing the area that we want to do there. But also at hand is the question of what has happened with regard to Spluma. I guess it's section 43, section 43, subsection 2, which is talking about the lapse of time that we were supposed to have. What we did now in this platform, what we did is that the MEC applied for exemption to the MEC Nyonzo of Minister Nyonzo, Rural Development and so on. And we received that. Now, in the papers of AfriForum and Social Back, they are saying the minister granted us the exemption, but granted us the exemption in terms of not complying with section 43, subsection 2. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct. Thank you. That we did not comply with that. But they say the minister has acted ultra vires. It's a debate which is legal. They say the minister has acted ultra vires. Now, I sit down because they taking us to court. They cite the department, they cite the Metsimaholo municipality, they do the joinder to the minister. I sit down with counsel of the minister. Counsel of the minister said, yes, you did a boo-boo. I say, what? He says, yes. The minister was not supposed to have done it. As a matter of fact, it was supposed to have been done by the tribunal. So I say, what's the stance, therefore, of the minister, counsel? He says, we're going to abide with whatever outcome that comes out of that. But then maybe we'll come with other mechanisms of how we address this situation and so on. Chairperson, it puts us in a serious pickle. Because I dread the day the court decides against the province and what will happen to the investment that we have done in Sasolburg. It might be the investment in vain. So we want all parties around the table because honestly speaking, it gives me goosebumps as to say, how will we move forward in addressing this kind of problem? And okay, thank you, Chair. I'll allow my colleagues to respond to some of the questions, starting with the CFO.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee. The HOD has requested that I respond to the 73 million outstanding invoices. These invoices came, they relate to the ICPG conditional grant, and all these invoices affect only one service provider, which is GIC contractor. This came as a result of the contractor running far ahead of the schedule. What we have since done with the situation was to approach the National Department of Human Settlements through the leadership of the DG to present our case to him. And we have since been advised that obviously there is no new money that is coming. We should rather look at the HSDG to see which projects can be inverted commas, sacrifice in order for us to meet these outstanding invoices, as the value is currently sitting in the 73 million. Yes, indeed, work was done, work was certified. And so this is what we have then since submitted to the National Department for their consideration through the business plan adjustment process. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Metladi or Dr. Amrena.
Actually, I'll be responding to the question by honorable member in terms of the 80 units. The question was, when will this be happening? In terms of the 2 rooms, the 80 units, we've already started with the project. We've already demolished a number of such units in the Edinburgh, Paras Bay area for Kopano municipality. The contractor is also underway in Botshabelo for Mangaung Metro. Similarly, they've also started demolishing in Botlhokong Bedlam. So all these units are going down based on our 30 million earmark funding. So we should be finished end of March. I think that is that part on my part that I needed to respond to. That was not responded to, actually. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DDG.
Okay, thanks very much, Chairperson and DM and protocol observed. Yeah, just on the military veterans, I think the executive mayor has defined what is the definition of military veterans. But on the issue of the concern around the occupation of military veterans houses by young people, the Department of Military Veterans and the Department of Human Settlement nationally, and the province and the provincial DMV have conducted the verification of all military veterans that are occupying the houses in the Free State. And then we will get the outcome very soon. But they are doing that vis-a-vis the verification process that has been undertaken by the Department of Military Veterans. Because there's a view that says that some of the people that call themselves military veterans are not really military veterans. So we'll get that report soon, and then we'll share it with the honorable members. On the issue of the list, we get the list of military veterans from the Department of Military Veterans as the custodian of the database. And then lastly, on the concerns that were raised by military veterans in Inside View on the fencing, the roof, and so on, as indicated, the NHBRC has finalized the structural integrity assessment. We have got a plan in place to rectify the identified defects. And we think that by March next year, the defects will be addressed to the satisfaction of the military veterans, because we have ensured that they become part of the rectification of those houses, so that at the end of the day, they can say that they are happy with the work that has been done on their houses. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's our story, Honorable Chair. Unless we missed any other questions, we still stand ready to field others.
Thank you very much, HOD. Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, before Honorable Ditebe, I asked about the issue of eradication of bucket system. I'm not sure if I've missed the response.
Okay, HOD Noktula, kindly please, from Mangaung.
Thank you, Chair. HOD Masubeng will be responding on that one. Thanks.
Well, good afternoon, Chairperson, and afternoon to everyone in the meeting. Protocol is duly and sincerely observed. My name is Revelation Masubeng. I'm the HOD of Technical Services. Chairperson, the issue of eradication of buckets has been coming a long way. Where first we were initially assisted by the province, of course, through the Human Settlement Department. and then later the cities had to see the work through on their own. But because of the challenges which were highlighted, which were also set to have made the city to realize the decline in allocations, of course, which has happened over years. I mean, that was a challenge now for the city to afford over what is allocated to the city directly. This then means the city have to be creative in funding such, and the city then intends to be approaching the BFI. Well, the question came to say the DWS, can it assist? The mandate of the DWS through the grants of the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant and the WASIC Water Infrastructure Grant does not necessarily permit the Department of Water and Sanitation to fund the metros. But then what the metro could access are the USDG ISUPG in servicing the people of different settlements, and of course creatively through the BFI to prioritize the water and sanitation means. So we have been struggling then, of course, to access the BFI, where it was pointed out that the potential of expenditure which we had from before was not giving confidence whether the city would spend. Though the mayor did argue it with the minister, which was a very much a positive argument, and the one which we would recommend that it be looked into, to say, well, there were causes which are making us experience the effects which we are. But then now that we have landed into the financial recovery plan, and we understand that the sensitivity of these investments and the support it would have towards, of course, the economic activity within the city itself, we be considered to be helped through the BFI in seeing these measures through. Mainly because, of course, through the DORA and the mandate of the DWS, they can support in other means, but not financially towards the metros. So what we have been approaching is the BFI, and the main factor that has been standing between us and accessing the BFI, as we are the only city that is not accessing, has been that one that the previous potential of expenditure has affected you. And now we would just, of course, report it in that sense, and of course, through the mayor, plead further and further with the minister, and of course the DGs of the department through the city manager in reconsidering that, because if the purse has shrunk, what's going to help the recovery is when the purse is fairly, of course, expanded. But once we are pressed like this, of course, it's going to see us in a midst of where the demands are not met at all, even creatively, as the city is desperately needing. Since, like we are even saying, other cities are accessing already, Chairperson. I thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Detere.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you once again. The DM, DG, HOD Province, everybody, guests from Mangaung. Chairperson, just on the last point that Masobeng responded to, of the backlog of 79,000 units as far as sanitation is concerned. We all know that at one point Mangaung was under 1395 ANC, I think, and now it's under 1397, meaning that national has taken over from province, and that has obviously meant that the requirement for compliance with the financial recovery plan still stands. And related to that, obviously, is the whole issue of compliance with all the requirements as far as application for a BFI, budget facility for infrastructure, as he said that because of their metro status, they will not necessarily benefit from RBIC and WISIC. Now, what is it that the city has done to ensure that this time around their application meets all the requirements? The executive mayor, we commend him, may have met with the minister, but at an administrative bureaucratic level, it cannot just be an arbitrary waiving of certain requirements. So have they ensured that this time around this happens? so that we do not have this issue of 79,000 units, etc., that must be provided with sanitation. And in this instance, I'm not sure whether all of them, Chairperson, provision has been made for them to have waterborne sewage, or whether they are contemplating other types of sanitation, dry sanitation, and so forth. And understanding is that this includes both formal and informal units, particularly in the areas of Botshabelo and Tabanchu. So we would like to know, so that when they report next, remember, this is not the last meeting with them. Of course, it's the first meeting, the first and the last meeting. It's the first meeting in the aftermath of our visit to the province, but it certainly is not the last one, because the portfolio committee, as part of Parliament, must ensure that there is oversight, and that indeed, in line with the role of Parliament and the Constitution and the law, that everything that we have cited in the province is indeed attended to expeditiously and comprehensively. That's the first point, Chairperson. Now, the other one, Chair, relates to, I'll just put questions both to the province and the city at the same time. Dr. Ramorena says that they would like to be assisted with regards to water and sanitation issues, particularly sanitation issues, as and when the department goes about to have projects such as Cecil Properties. Now, I want to ask specifically on Cecil Properties in terms of Spluma and what it is that a particular municipality must do in line with what a municipal tribunal does. The pre-establishment process, HOD, Dr. Ramorena, were those well followed through? We do understand that there was an exemption from Minister Nyonso, but then again, that's post-establishment in a sense. What is it that was done before so as to ensure that what AfriForum and Cecil Company, etc., and whoever else, whatever they complain about, from the point of view of treatment of sewer in particular, is complied with? It's not very clear, Chairperson, what is it that they would like to be assisted with. We do understand that from a very broad perspective, majority of municipalities would be ideal candidates in terms of WISIC and RBIC. But it's not very clear as and when there are developments, what is it that they want to be assisted with. And back to Mangaung, we have seen a list of, I think, well over 10,000 urban, Morojaneng and many other parts of the city. Now, there being 79,000, a backlog of 79,000 units from the point of view of sanitation, what else are they doing? In other words, do they envisage a situation where then they will be able to provide for an additional 10,000 units, according to the numbers that HOD of the CET shared with us in her presentation? Chairperson, on the hillside project, reference has been made to officials that have either allocated themselves some of those units to make extra cash or to hand them out to friends, associates, families, etc. Do we have a report as to how many such officials have been dealt with, if indeed there is evidence? But Chair, I am also aware that the developer, personally, there are instances where the developer in that particular area, some people will say, no, I have to talk to the developer. Now, I don't know, HOD, I thought that the developer would have handed the units over to the department, and that they will have nothing to do with the placement of beneficiaries thereafter. But not long ago, maybe a little less than 3 years ago, I personally encountered an incident where one occupant who clearly was not there legally said the developer, and of course we know who the developer is, must be contacted when she was questioned about why she occupied the unit in question. I would like to commend the province that is under your stewardship, HOD, because I think, even though I don't have all the facts, it seems to me that the unit that does all the investigations as far as such issues are concerned is given all the support, and I think you must continue to do that. And I know there are many other issues of claims that were fraudulent in respect of foundations, and I do know that there are disciplinary cases that were followed through as far as that is concerned. But I think all such people who are affected, that is the victims, must be communicated to so that there is closure. Now, back to the issue of well over 10,000 sites, HOD, Metro. It is important that we communicate, and not assume that people will understand that there are so many sites available in all the different areas of the metro. I say this because earlier on we dealt with the issues of relating to the amendments to the PI Act, and while presenting, you talked about the dilemma of those that jump the queue by occupying land in the belief that they will be placed ahead of others that are in the queue on the NHR register. The needs register, National Housing Register. So we've got to find a way that does not cause any grievance among people that are law-abiding, so that we are not seen to be perversely rewarding those that break the law. Chair, with regards to the Machabeng one, we are told that 26 million rand is required to ensure supply of electricity to the 274 or so units at G Hostel. Ultimately, who is this money going to be paid back to the department by the municipality, etc.? We all know that Machabeng owes Eskom in excess of 5.5 billion rand. I think it is, apart from the 8.5 billion rand it owes Val Central. So how is this going to work out? We do know also that not just across the road, there is a 12 megaliter wastewater treatment works. I think it's being upgraded at the moment. Sorry, it's got about 3 digesters. It's one of the biggest, actually the biggest in Machabeng. But it cannot function, not only for people that will occupy those units, 274 of them, but for the whole of Tabong and other areas that that particular plant is supposed to serve, because the municipality, for the same reasons, is unable to come up with 100 million rand to ensure that the wastewater treatment works are indeed electrified, so as to, at the very least, at the moment, partially treat raw sewer that's all over the place. So we should also think about an appetite for occupation on the part of prospective occupants. But what are they going to do? I'm talking about now the department, as they've told us that they've met with the municipality for a handover. What are they going to do, given the fact that just across the road, we've got the old part of the hostel settlement, which is still in very squalid conditions with asbestos roofing, etc. Will that not disincentivize prospective tenants from occupying the place, given the the fact that sewer will not be immediately treated, thereby affecting them and so forth. Of course, we couldn't just leave the project as is. So, the HOD has already talked about cessor properties. We don't know what the courts will decide. Chairperson, the other issue relates to our visit with respect to the places that we went to. We welcome progress that's been made in respect of Guguletu, K10 Phase 2, and so forth. But Chairperson, I'd like to be just frank with you. I do believe, based on the information that I have, that lower down within the bureaucracy, the administration at Machabeng, there is resistance to even begin the process of enumeration. I do understand that Dr. Ramorena may try to be very diplomatic and not ruffle feathers, etc. But as somebody who does oversight, unfortunately, I'm not encumbered by all of that. Now, I want to put it to you, Chairperson, that this is the case, and I would like to know, when is the department working with the municipality and the HDA beginning enumeration in this other settlement? While, Chairperson, there may be 39 informal settlements, I'd like to situate this within its proper context. We were supposed to go to Guguletu, we could not go. But in the aftermath of our visit, we still received documents, etc., that basically outline what the situation is like there. That's why we welcome that. So you remember that the state of the roads would not allow us to go and see people there. But now it cannot be that the municipality uses its discretion whether to start the enumeration process or not. And that's why I'm saying by a certain date, we need to know that this process would have unfolded, because I'm aware, as I say, of all the attempts to undermine the portfolio committee, despite the fact that with your leadership, Chairperson, under your stewardship, the people there expressed what they would like to see happen. I think HOD will agree with me that there might not even be room for an in situ upgrading of that particular settlement. Now, the longer you delay that, the enumeration, the more difficult it is then to determine whether a relocation will have to happen, and if so, on which piece of land. I'm aware that just across the road, there's land, a huge piece of land that belongs to the municipality. So I'd like to respectfully submit that that be done, because failure to do so, or allowing some of these officials in the municipality to basically stonewall and frustrate efforts by our Provincial Department of Human Settlements and National Department of Human Settlements, and by extension undermine the authority of this committee, Chairperson. I think that is something that we need to look at. Chairperson, the last one.
If you can, Honorable Detail, continue. If you can round off.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to therefore suggest, Chairperson, that the department should then follow through. Other people have already spoken on the Varanani issue. It seems to me that it is far, far bigger than we thought. We cannot afford in this day and age. This project is set to have started in 2023, and I think before there's any more wastage, etc., as we've seen with Caleb Motsabi, even to some extent Hillside View, etc., we need to act and act very decisively. And we wish the department very well with Brandbach, with Dark and Silver City, and indeed with G Hostel. And we will support through the portfolio committee every effort that the department makes, and not least, of course, the city in improving the quality of life and well-being of our people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Mangaung, followed by Machabeng, and then department. We're not doing well on time. We're seriously behind time. Mangaung?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll touch on the 10,000 plus Ervans that we will be relocating. We are following NHNR in terms of the beneficiaries that are there, but we're also decanting some of the residents that are sitting on floodlines, those that are on emergency areas. We need to also relocate those informal settlements. So they're also part of these Ervans that we'll be allocating. And part of our ISUPG, we have included a budget for interim water through communal tests, but we've also included alternative sanitation units, which is more your low flush toilets, but they actually go to a barrow pit. So it's more dry sanitation and not necessarily connecting to waterborne systems. But of course, the typology that we've chosen is one that at a later stage, once we have installed bulk, once we have enough money for bulk at those specific informal settlements that we will upgrade in the near future, then we can still retrofit these alternative sanitation units to the main bulk lines that we will then construct in the future. So there is a plan. We're not looking at actually ensuring that we use what we used to have as the VIP bucket systems, but we found a different typology for low flush toilet, which is also partly dry sanitation that can flush, but with minimal water, but ensuring that it goes to the pit and not necessarily to the network itself. And then I think for the list of beneficiaries, the list of beneficiaries, especially for the Hillside project, we had compiled a list in line with HSS, and that is what the Metro had submitted to the province. Although now, of course, there would be those discrepancies where some would be saying that they were then allocated by the developer and whatnot, but I believe that the team from Provincial Human Settlements is handling that, so that we correct as we continue to do all these corrective measures that we're introducing. I think Tate Masubeng will then touch on what was raised by Honorable Ditebe on what we are doing now to ensure that we do get our BFI funding. Thanks, Chair.
Continue, Mr. Masube.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the BFI side, we had thought of approaching it better than last year in as far as logic was concerned. What do I mean by this, Chairperson, is that we had prioritized the question and the strategy of saving the non-revenue water, because what we had figured is that if we are bringing the non-revenue water from 49.6, which is a high level that is desired, which I believe the city manager will touch on at a strategic level than myself, we had prepared the business plan and forwarded that one, because we wanted as well the question that they had raised on our previous application to say, we don't sense that you have prioritization in how you plan your project. So we put on our 8-pointer strategy, 18-pointer strategy, and then we applied for BFI of 5.08 in that regard, with now the business plan of sanitation being mastered and coming. It will follow the one of water, so that the projects of water will be ahead of those one of sanitation, because life has to be given before you can dignify it at all. So we have considered that, and of course in our planning and an approach in interactions with the BFI. Now the BFI did raise the questions, of course, even in before, to say, even within the non-revenue water strategy itself, we need to depict prioritization to be applied there, which we depicted that it was applied. And then we gave them the implementation program. And then they made some comments on asking questions, how did we get here? I think they wanted to tap on whether do we have previous data that really say this is what we think happened for the city to end up here. We gave them the data of the several years back. We showed the patterns of investment in this non-revenue water space, both from the OPEX and CAPEX. And then we really depicted that as it was decreasing, for whatever reason, decisions were taken at the time. As a result, the non-revenue water was increasing as well. So we could depict it in numbers, we could depict it in theory as well, making sense of what has transpired and ensure that all angles are covered. Though, as I said, Chairperson, priority now is water because it's life. The sanitation, which is in question now, the business plan is being mastered. Of course, it will be mastered to the quality that we are doing the one of water at. But we had to show sense and we had to show logic in that we have to first secure the water and then dignify people. And of course, ultimately, as HOD Noktula has said, even if we are going to have dry sanitations in some of our informal settlements, the idea is to have them in a point that they are retrofitable into being waterborne at a later stage, because that is what South African clients consider as a service delivery if there is water really that is flushing in their toilets. So we want to give our space in meeting the client's requirements, and of course we are sensitive in graduality of achieving both the water that is fully secured and the waterborne sanitations that are fully serviced in that regard. So we'll be having it as a program in that regard, but we are putting water first. So we were scared of putting both the both the business plans. Sanitation was seeming to be getting traction because we understand as well people that were talking around it were the ones that have bathed already at home, possibly drinking the bottled water. Now they are likely to miss that sensitivity that you would need water before running, before you would connect with sanitation. But in our space of understanding that's how it goes, then we put the water first and the sanitation is being mastered. It will go through as well to ensure if the BFI really is supporting the city from that perspective, which we know as well would be stimulating the economy should such investments come to the city. Definitely would have all our ducks in a row in ensuring that those projects become a success over, of course, multiple years. Chairperson, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Machawe. Nobody from Machawe.
I'm here, Chair. I don't know in terms of the protocol of the portfolio committee, in the absentia of the accounting officer, in the absentia of the executive mayor and the MMC, because I was directed to attend the meeting. So I don't have authority or delegation to represent the municipality.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Honorable Pooh, HOD, sorry. HOD.
Chairperson, I don't want to be famous by saying popular things, but I want to be remembered of saying the right things. And let me just respond to what Honorable Tebe said. And I'm going to start with this one of bulk, generally. We have a problem. And we approached the DG, the Minister, and the Department of Human Settlement National. And we said we have a problem. And the problem is across. Whether you look at Majomasu in Kronstadt, whether you look at Zastron, or you look at all these other areas that we put in services in terms of GIC. Those municipalities have a problem of bulk. Dr. Ramrena reported here that MEC closed the project of Kronstadt, not Kronstadt, of Majomasu, Brandford. Yeah, even Kronstadt, we have a problem of bulk. Generally, where we have invested money, we have a problem of bulk because we've invested so much millions underground, but does it translate to taking the water and coming out on the tap for Gogotlamini? The answer is no. The answer is no. And now, as we approached the National Department of Human Settlement, we said we understand and we have an appreciation of our constitutional mandate. It's not our intention that we want to work our tongue in another man's soup, but we said it's our soup. And particularly, as the custodian, as the key champion, human settlement must be worried about this kind of investment that is going to be in vain. Will these municipalities one day have the capacity and the capital to ensure that they have this bulk? And unfortunately, as I saw the negative, we're trying to have the Indaba through McLoka and what, maybe bring in primary, secondary, and tertiary kind of stakeholders, DWS and whatnot, that we must talk. Because we have a problem. And we are being asked telling questions. Why did you go to Zastron? You say we went to Zastron because we wanted to do the following and whatnot and so on. And what is it going to translate into? Do they have reservoirs? Do they have this? Will there be water one day for Gogotlamini or what? I want to leave it there. And that's the problem that we are having. And that's the problem that together, because ourselves, as well as the National Department of Human Settlement, we can't look the other way. Because at the end of the day, the chief sponsor, the National Department, will have to say, but why did you invest in this manner? Because it might be the investment in vain. So I'm just saying that. But the other point, which is also not very popular, but which is correct, I can make, from where I'm sitting, I can make a case for K10, phase 2. I can make a case for K10, phase 2. I was there. And I'll tell you why. Those people who are staying in K10, phase 2, they are living in the shadow of death. I'll repeat, Chairperson. They are living in the shadow of death. From our collective memory, just quickly, in 1994, there was a place called Mary Spruit in Virginia, where there was a Mary Spruit tailings dam disaster. 17 people died, and the rest is history. Not in so distant past, in 2022, there was what we call Jackersfontein tailing dams disaster, and 4 people died, and 40 were hospitalized. The damage which was there was of Babylonian proportion. And up to now, only 3 were found, and the Tomahawk has not been found. Years later. And I'm saying such disaster can happen there. Phase 2, K10 phase 2, is at 100 years flatline. And it's just at the shadows of those mines that I've so explained what can happen. And our plea as a department and as a committee which was there was to say, take these people to an alternative land. I hear what Ndatismango said. He might not be having the authority to speak. But the discussions that ensued on the day was to say, get an alternative land. We might not bite more than we can chew, but there must be a systematic willingness to show that we are avoiding the disaster, which is a pending risk. Or what are we saying? We're saying we have 39, there's an order of particular sequence and whatnot, and these ones, let them eat cake in the meantime. You can't be saying that. So I'm saying there needs to be consideration of sort. And we said, as we do that, where should we start? We should start by enumeration. Allow us to do enumeration and begin to stalk us to who's where, who's what, and begin to understand the problem that we want to solve. Then we can come to say, do we have money for this? Do we have money for that? And so on and so forth, bulk, and so on and so forth. But it would have been prudent just to make sure that those people get out of that shadow of death. So I'm not undermining that there are people who have needs out of the 39 informal settlements. And I'm not saying others should be catapulted on top of the list more than others because their problems are more. We agreed with the Honorable Committee to say, as you move them, make sure that we avoid re-invasion of that land. And I think that part would show some movement forward in terms of addressing the problems which we are besetting, K10 phase 2. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you very much. I think Machaving will need to come. We'll need a special meeting with them. And if they continue behaving like this, we'll subpoena them to a meeting in Cape Town. Because the committee needs answers. And if the mayor is not here, the city manager is not here, and they did not delegate, it becomes a problem. But we'll look at it. Ultimately, they have to answer. It's not a favor to answer, it's a must to answer. Because we're doing oversight on behalf of the people of South Africa. If it comes to a push, we'll subpoena them to come to Cape Town. Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Chair. And let me welcome the presentation. It seems that we are indeed again in pre-state. It looks like we are now on oversight in Free State. Chair, yes, indeed, it's evident when we visit Free State, a full-scale decay and collapse of service delivery. There was no proper planning and coordination with the communication system in place between province and municipality, and I think you just alluded to it. We see projects proceed without engineering input, and because of non-performance of contractors, scope of projects decrease in numbers. In the presentations, challenges multiple housing projects across the province face contractor terminations, vandalism, community disruptions, labor strikes, and financial non-payments. As if you look at projects such as Hillside View, Dark and Silver City Hostels, G-Hostels, and informal settlements upgrades have ongoing delays and require coordination. My question is, what new systems put in place deal with these matters highlighted in their presentations and proactive installed mechanisms to avoid loss of housing opportunities due to legal disputes with contractors cost a lot of money? Question 2, deviation from specifications by Faranani Properties. The presentation indicates that glaring deviations from the approved specifications by including structural cracks, lack of concrete aprons, and missing kitchen cupboards. Could the department clarify when these deviations were first observed? Specifically, was this during the construction period or only noted after the dispute arose over the 4.5 million engineering fees. Furthermore, while the department assigned its own project manager to oversee the project, what consequence management measures have been implemented to address accountability and ensure quality standards are upheld by stakeholders involved? 3, management of incomplete housing units. The presentation notes that there are approximately 2,000 incomplete housing units dating back to 2006, and that a contract value of plus minus 454 million was awarded in 2023 to complete these units. Could the department provide the total amount paid thus far to the service provider from the original budget, and what portion of the budget remains? Also, did the payments made to the service provider adhere to the agreed milestones criteria, and were these payments properly approved by responsible authorities? In regards to the Caleb Matsabi problem statement, highlight phases 5, 6, and 8 were not connected as the project ran out of funding. Question is, what was the actual reason why the original budget is not sufficient, and is the budget for the completion of 5, 6, and 8 being finalized with a time frame attached to it bring these phases to an end? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD, I think all questions were directed to the province.
Indeed, Chair. I'll first start with Dr. Ramorena and follow with Metadi. She wanted also to add on other questions which were asked earlier. Dr. Ramorena?
Thank you, Chair. The question relates to the observation of the glaring deviations as reported in the presentation on Varanani's scope of work. Chair, what is happening here is that one, when we engaged with the contractor, because the question has to do with project management approach that we indulged in as a department, what we then did was we approached Varanani and we asked them, but why are you not casting a concrete apron up around the house? And they said, no, but where should we then be doing so? Because we looked at our own house design, we submitted to the municipality, approved by the municipality, and our engineers, in terms of their own design that they submitted and approved by the municipality, did not make provision for an apron around the whole house in any way. This is quite costly and unnecessary. And then we indicated to them to say, we understand you have appointed Specker Consulting as your consultants, but you would have made the necessary arrangements to avail the specs to them to say, these are, or this is the bare minimum specification from the department. So the consultant would not have worked out of his own wisdom. He would have been given our own spec, which we gave to them at the time of appointment. The issue of structural problems and defects. This share you would not see at the start, as I pointed out on the nice picture there. You see a nice house, nicely plastered, but after some time, hence these are generally referred in engineering terms as latent defects. This you don't see as and when you go, but later, after some heavy rains and when the house starts settling, you then realize serious and bad structural cracks. That sometimes when you look at it, you realize it's not just the ordinary hairline crack as a result of bad plastering, but the crack could be as a result of poor foundation design or a poor mix design. So we only realize this later during the life of the project. But at all material times, through communication as part of the project management body of knowledge, project communication, we thought we will engage with Varanani that they can always go back and fix some of these things. I mean, if we tell Varanani to say, but your your zinc cabinet does not comply to the requirements, and we are able to show them the requirements. In a normal relationship, a contractual relationship, one party is made aware of the shortcomings. It is expected of that party to go back and address these things. But instead, the party then tells you that, but we've long passed that stage, we cannot go back. It is costly for us to go back and cast the concrete around that. We submitted a plan to the municipality, it was approved as such. Coming to the issue of payments to the contractor, we've already indicated in the slide that this contract was for 454 million, of which 187 million has been paid to date. And we are still counting. We are still counting because we are yet to receive some final accounts that will indicate maybe we'll still have to pay an additional 20 million for work that was not measured at the time or when the curtain was dropped. So, Chair, at this stage, we are mindful that we are still heading a long way with Varanani. We have a way that we can recover and address some of the defects or structural problems of on their units, but we must still find each other with Varanani. I think that's the part I was trying to respond to. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there was a matter that Honorable Dutebe had raised with regards to the approval of the township in Sasolburg. He wanted to know what processes were followed for the township establishment of that area. I just want to reiterate, Honorable Dutebe, that a full township establishment was undertaken for that project. And the MPT of Metsimaholo approved the township with conditions. And key to those conditions were issues of bulk availability in the area. They gave us a timeline of 5 years to comply with those conditions. And in the process of us trying to comply with the conditions, together with the municipality and the HDA, we had packaged a business case through ISA to apply for a bulk infrastructure. However, to date, we have not received any positive outcome with regards to whether ISA will be able to fund the department or not. And I think it relates to now this process that HOD has referred to, where we are now exploring other ways of trying to find additional funding to deal with the bulk element of that project. But just to reassure you that a full township establishment was undertaken in the area. Thank you very much.
You want to speak on chitters? One closes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. That's our responses.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Honorable Poole.
The Caleb issue, Masabi project issue, and then I just want to remind the HOD that was different from the oversight in March. Now, in this meeting, he admitted in our oversight that we as the province failed the people of Free State. It's different now. Thank you, Chair.
HOD?
Chair, I might have missed that. But let me just respond in context. Government is a straight line. And if it's a straight line, a successor in title has no excuse to say, I'm coming here to the project which started in 2011. You need to ensure that it's a straight line. We get the issues of Caleb Mutsabi. The argument ensues. Very first kind of discussions between the province and Mangaung. Mangaung averse, strongly so, that there are no connections in terms of pipes there. And the argument on the side of the department says there are connections. What are you talking about? There might have been challenges of hard rock, vandalism, or whatever, and so on, but there are connections. Then we do the inspection in local. We go there, we meet the ward councillor and whatnot, and so on. Then Mangaung also averse, says that the plans were not approved. The province argued at the time to say the plans were approved by the municipality, which is Mangaung. And my question internally, I was saying, who are we as the province to argue with the authority? Because the authority of approval of plans is Mangaung. So Mangaung, if it says it doesn't have, so can we prove otherwise and so on? But through the fullness of time, you come, you give us a direction. You say, stop bickering and stop splitting hairs. Work together to find a solution. We sit with Mangaung, we meet them through technical teams, we discuss, we do that, and after that we agree that let us appoint ECE engineering. And the indications are beginning to show that something untoward happened there. So it is in this context that I'm saying there's been developments in terms of the fullness of time. And I'm talking as the now, where we are, and as to how do we want to see this process being finalized. That's my context, Chair.
Very much. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And some of the questions have been answered already with regards to the water and sanitation, bulk, all of those things. So I'm going to be very quick. So my questions are, despite consistent budget allocations, the Free State continues to experience chronic under-expenditure and project delays. What internal and systemic failures continue to obstruct full delivery, and what corrective actions have been implemented to ensure improved spending in 2025-2026? My second question, given the high number of defective and demolished structures, what measures has the department taken to strengthen contractor vetting, monitoring, and consequent management? And how will it prevent the reappointment of contractors previously implicated in poor workmanship or non-delivery? And I think these are questions that, you know, we bring up all the time in the different provinces, and we brought these up as well. The department, my third question, the department has set March 2026 as a universal completion target for several priority housing projects. What tracking mechanisms and transparent progress reports will be provided to this committee to ensure this timeline is met, and what sanctions will apply if milestones are missed? My comments, the presentation exposes repetitive structural weaknesses, underspending, delayed implementation, and a cycle of failed contractors, showing that previous recommendations of this committee have not been effectively implemented. While the adoption of alternative building technologies is a positive attempt to address resource and time constraints, there is still limited evidence of technical oversight, certification, and NHBRC-approved quality control to guarantee durability and safety. And my third comment, the department's tone of optimism contrasts sharply with the reality of the ground. Communities across the Free State remain trapped in incomplete, unsafe, or asbestos-ridden dwellings, reflecting a persistent disconnect between planning and delivery. And lastly, my recommendations. I propose that we should direct the Free State Department to submit within 30 days, or if that is too soon, give us a timeline So I'm saying 30 days, a consolidated implementation plan outlining all ongoing and blocked projects, verified expenditure, projected completion dates, and assigned accountability officials. The National Department of Human Settlements, together with NHBRC and the Auditor General, must conduct a joint performance and quality audit of Free State projects, covering asbestos, remediation, demolitions, and ABT construction, and report back to the committee as soon as possible. Well, obviously your deadline is March, so I'm proposing maybe the end of June 2026. And my last comment, I recommend again to the minister or to the department that future funding allocations be performance linked with clear conditionalities tied to verified milestones and consequent management for non-compliance of mismanagement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson. CFO, then Dr. Ramurena, then I'll come afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you, HOD. In responding to the question on the historical financial performance of the department, I would like to submit the following to the honourable member of the committee. In terms of the HSDG conditional grants, the department has spent 65% as at the end of the second quarter, which against the 829 million that we are allocated for this financial year. As at the end of the second quarter, we have since spent 542, which is that 65 million. And on the ICPG, which is the Informal Enterprise Upgrading Partnership Grant, against the allocation of 162.3 million, as at the end of the second quarter, we'd already spent 85% of the allocations. And therefore, the response simply just says, whilst in the past there were challenges, this is not what the department is currently experiencing in this financial year. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Elsworth.
Thank you very much, CFO. Dr. Ramurena.
Chair, in terms of consequence management, we are tracking the performance of these contractors, even current contractors that we are having. Of course, it is clear that our future relations with Varanani, if it's going to proceed beyond the current horizon, it will have to be monitored strictly to ensure quality performance. Also, on our part, I think the Auditor General of South Africa noted serious vacancy rate, a high vacancy rate amongst our unit as the project management unit, and we are looking at addressing that because that's generally affecting our monitoring on this project. Sometimes you arrive after the fact when the contractor is already finished working, and you only assess or certify what you see at that time. It would have been good to also be there before they even cast concrete, before they do certain things to ensure that they have provided you a work of high quality. But we're working on this. Part of the consequence management will be that we will not, as the department, be working with some of these contractors that have failed to perform on time, that have failed to deliver quality projects. So we are seriously looking at this and will be attending to some of these things in the future because these represent our past and we don't want to remain in the past. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chair. We having very hardworking officials. We having very committed officials. We have officials who are not committed to the post. We have officials who were despondent and felt isolated. And we had a culture in the department, and we changing culture step by step and bringing in culture of caring, of working, of considering and understanding that we are entrusted of people monitoring projects, of people working every day, of people not doing malicious compliance, monitor and don't be in cahoots with service providers, and so on and so forth. And we are changing that culture. So I'm not wrong, having acknowledged the officials who are committed and working hard, that we are building the department de novo. We are doing that. And we want to make sure that as we monitor the service providers, all of us are singing from the same hymn book. So it's important that you'll see most of the colleagues who are seated here, I can tell you confidently, some of them have never sat in the meeting of the portfolio committee. They've never. We can't, when you come physically, that we drive with all of them all over. But given an opportunity of this nature, we say, but it's virtual, it's hybrid or whatever. Come sit, listen, go and understand the worldview of our principles and get the guidance so as for us to understand. And that's the culture that we are changing. So we are addressing the past, addressing the present, while we are forging the future. And our challenges are biblical. And I don't want to claim that I have the magic wand. I have to work with this team, and we are working very hard. And for those who see that we are working, of course, they'll also fall in line. You are correct, Honorable Abeda, that what did I do? Apologies.
Are you done, HOD?
No, as I was saying, she's correct. She's correct by saying the Free State is pleased with asbestos. And that's common cause. That's the story that we know and that everybody knows. That we have in excess of 35,000 asbestos. And we have an allocation of 20 million. And for this financial year, we are targeting 108 units of asbestos. Really? You know what that means? It means that we will never make a dent on asbestos in our administrative life, even in our natural life. We need to come, and the fiscus is shrinking. There's no money, I'm not blaming anyone. The fiscus is shrinking continuously, but the 35,000 asbestos, how are we going to deal with it? That's why we even sat here, and we said maybe we must learn best practices from other provinces. And we were told that Cape Town, they are arresting the effect of asbestos by painting the top and the inside of that. Then I said, my colleagues, why can't we twin the process? Whilst we are having little budget to remove asbestos, at least the lives of our people matter. They can't wait in line and begin to continuously die from asbestos until we get the money. Why can't we begin also to begin to paint so as to address the toxicity of this asbestos and so on? So it's a fact. It's a fact that the Free State is littered with asbestos. The kind of budget that we have, it's not going necessarily to assist us in the short, long term or whatever. We need to come with other innovative mechanisms, or rather screen it in terms of our interventions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The last questions from Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure whether, am I audible, Chairperson? And can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. You are audible.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I'm not going to be long, and I'm sorry if I will repeat similar questions as like how my colleagues have already spoken before me. I was a bit disturbed with something organizational, but let me quickly run to say the department declared intent to implement a robust consequence management plan is highly commendable and necessary. Specifically, the commitment to report the Faranang or Varanang and other defaulters to Treasury for blacklisting. The plan to use retention money to fix detects and the investigation into the role of key senior officials in the implementation of the contract is critically step towards establishing a culture of accountability and deterring future financial and performance misconduct in public works contract. Chairperson, considering the fact that given the pervasive and recurring problems across multiple projects like Varanang, related to poorly packaged scopes of work and contractor non-performance and severe contractual disputes leading to abandonment and deviations from specification, what systemic and fundamental reforms are being implemented within the department's procurement, contract management, and project oversight frameworks to move beyond the punitive measures and ensure public funds reliable, deliver quality, compliant, and also timely housing solutions. My last one, Chairperson, with regards to the immediate service delivery, restoration, and also the quality assurance, considering the backlog of 4,407 incompetent housing units and the fact that essential services are non-functional in completed areas such as the dysfunctional main sewer line and plant in Rita Park and unconnected phases in the Caleb Motabi. What is the definitive multi-departmental, especially the province, metro and other agencies, and fund a strategy to immediately restore basic service functionality and accelerates the completion and handover of quality, habitable and fully serviced homes to the affected beneficiaries. Chairperson, I also want to come to this one. I remember that I believe Honorable Dlamini's question was specific to this prominent company involved in most provincial projects. I had the HOD response seemed to focus on introduction matters rather than addressing the core inquiry. Could we please be more, in fact, can we please request more direct answers regarding the issue of this company? I would like to stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. HOD?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. I think the question has to do with the procurement reforms and the project management approach. As lessons learned, Chair, what we have since done and what we are going to do in the future is the following. In the past, what we did was we relied heavily on the service provider having to appoint a team for himself to undertake our projects. Kind of a turnkey kind of an approach. But what we also realized was that it doesn't help when you rely on the same engineer that has been appointed by the service provider to give you true value in the reporting. In other words, we are mindful that he who plays the piper will always dictate the tune. So what we'll then be doing in the future will be to separate, and because this is also a central issue that we are constantly encountering, where a contractor tells you that from the subsidy quantum, he should not be expected to undertake geotechnical studies and even inspect through his engineer the house and certify that the house is complete. So in our approach, we went out on a panel of tenders for a 36 months period. In this type of scope, we are indicating to these consultants that we want them to conduct geotechnical investigations and supervise the housing units at the time of appointment, and also to accelerate housing delivery in the province. The HOD is very clear to say at the time of an appointment, the contractor will be given the geotech report of a specific area where it's going to develop houses. He will be assisted with the list of beneficiaries. He will be given the house plan we are expecting, and we as a department will be taking a lead in engaging the respective municipalities in terms of the submission of the house plans. At this stage, Chair, we should acknowledge that as the department, we failed these contractors because we just appointed them and handed them over to the municipalities. When they arrive at the municipality, they don't know them, they don't get introduced properly, they submit these house plans and they queue on a long list of all other practitioners or builders that have submitted their own house plans, to the frustration of contractors because they are waiting long for their own house plans to be approved. But the department has now, since through the HODs, decided that we should rather take an active stance in submitting those plans, in submitting those documentations on behalf of the contractor, so that it becomes a plug and play kind of an approach. When the contractor gets there, he just go in there and operate. Chair, in terms of Khaled Konsabi and the Readers Park, the issue of building houses, the issue of beneficiaries having to fail to connect to a functional infrastructure has been a problem. Khaled Konsabi was a case of a failed project management approach on our part because we were not there when the contractor was working, and only to discover aftermath that certain connections were not done. And I'm worried that even the audit that is being undertaken by both ECE and Africa Group Engineering will actually reveal much more a problem. So we are anticipating a bloodbath, but we are ready as a department to self-correct and fix these things. As for Leaders Park, it is an old historical problem of the infrastructure of Machabe. Wherever you go throughout the town, the sewer is spilling all over the place, and this is a matter that is being addressed by the municipality. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. GSC. Yes. Is there anyone who's going to respond on something else? No one. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me say thank Honorable Gamete. By acknowledging that we trying our level best to implement consequence management. It's slow, it's tedious, it's progress all the same. And we appreciate that. And it will encourage us to work harder in terms of doing the right things. On GIC was appointed in 2023 as a product of participation in terms of Regulation 16A.6.6. And they were appointed for 25,000 sites. 25,000 sites. Now, if you look at the way how they've been appointed, they cover the length and breadth of the Free State minus the Metro. And maybe Harry, isn't it, District Director? Yes, minus Karib and minus. It's inclusive. Oh, yes, it's minus Mangaung. My sincerest apologies. So it covers everywhere. The whole footprint of it for the 25,000 sites. Hence, it will not be surprising. Is the nature and the kind of their appointment. By the fact that they've been appointed to participate and cover the 25,000 sites, ipso facto, they are there. You go to Mukaka, Kronstadt, there. You go to Bajomasu, Brantford, they are there. You go to Fentesberg or what, they are there. So they've been appointed like that. So that's the nature of that contract. We went through a lot of hoops in addressing the issue of GIC. The AGSA put it very seriously under the microscope. And their view and approach was that it was not supposed to have been done that way. That the original contract was 25,000 from Northern Cape. Therefore, the Free State had no business of doing 25,000. Neither did Eastern Cape or Mpumalanga or what. We created a new contract ourselves. It boiled down to issue of interpretation of that Regulation 16. Very seriously, we went through that exercise. And if you get allowed, Chair, I will tell you what was the outcome and so on and so forth. But that's not the end of the story. It's just but part, and minute part. The department is quite inundated with the investigations of the Hawks on the issue of the participation contract as it stands. So to the best of our abilities, we are responding to those inquiries, whether it's 205 or whatever the case might be. We are responding to them. We are responding to the AGSA. We are responding now to say, why would you, every part of the Free State that you go to, you find the footprint of GIC? Is because of the nature of the contract of participation, how it was crafted. That's our best, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much, HOD, together with your team. Thanks very much, the team from Mangaung. I'm moving towards closing the item. The next item doesn't need the provincial department. In the absence of the executive mayor, HOD Mangaung, can we have your closing words, your parting words?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think in the absence of the principals, we would just learn to say that to the committee that we are committed to the work of service delivery. And we believe that even when the portfolio committee then calls us to a meeting, at least we would have progressed as well on many of the other projects as well, especially both the Vistas, as well as this one of Kenta and Brandwag. Because we believe that at least we should be able to account and show that we are committed, and we respect the guidance of the portfolio committee and that of the people that we are supposed to serve. So I think from our side, Chair, We also applaud the committee because it actually helped us to work together with the province under the guardianship of our DDM champion, who is the CFO from National Department. And we will remain and ensure that we continue to work together in all endeavors. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. In the absence of the MEC, HOD, your parting words.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We live in hope. If we don't have hope, we'll die. And we are going to do our best. And an example is what the HOD Noktula said, that we are working together, and we want to thank you. You should keep us on the straight and narrow. The department nationally is keeping us on the straight and narrow. The oversight committees, the portfolio committees, AGSA is keeping us on the straight and narrow. And that's where we have to stick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. CFO, National Department, do you want to say something?
Chairperson, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, before, and my apology for just popping in, there is this concern from the provinces. This is the second province where we are told they are using the current budget to pay for their previous debt. And it was also reported during our oversight Go Northwest. What happened to the money? We were told that the provinces have written their plan to the Treasury, and that money will be rolled over so that they can continue with those projects. I think it is addressed to the CFO of the department. Thank you, Chair.
All right. MEC, I see MEC has raised this, and I thought he's not here. So my apology, MEC. Sorry for that.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I did come back. I think the HOD has captured me well, except when he says he lives in the hope. If I heard him well, I live in the reality that we've got no obligation but to get things right for our people. And that's what we ought to do. There could have been mistakes committed by our predecessors. We are here to resolve those problems and provide answers. We will wish, Chair, in the same manner that the committee is putting us through accountability, that when we get right some of the catalytic projects, we will extend an invite for the leadership of the committee to be part of us, to bear with us, to bear witness when we hand over this to the beneficiaries and changing the lives of our people. And 2 or 3 of our catalytic projects, we should be in a position to hand them over this year. And it will be one of the key milestones that we want the committee to lift as well, in the same vein as we deal with the problematic areas, and we have to fully account. So I wish, therefore, to thank the Portfolio Committee and all the members, including the questions asked. They've been fully noted to understand the sentiment and the spirit behind them. So thank you very much, Chair, and have a good day for going forward, sir.
Thank you very much, MEC. We really appreciate your attendance and your team, and we'll wait for the invitation when you are handing over those projects. We'll definitely support you, because whilst we are concerned about challenges, but we would also like to see a good story that we can tell to our people. CFO National, there's also a question before DG comes in. There's a question about spending money for this year to next year, unless if DG will also be able to deal with that. DG?
DG first, Chair. Oh, because I muted. Okay.
Oh, CFO, come in.
I'm sitting with the DG. I'm the one who has just opened DG's. Chairperson, I think the two HODs have wrapped it up. Chair, we are going to work together to make sure that we restore dignity for the people of the Free State. And I think I concur with the province chair. When you look at their expenditure for this financial year, they've really, really improved. And yes, Chair, there is constraints, budget constraints. And what I said to the province is what I've been saying to all the provinces, that unfortunately, the budget cuts that were effected 2 years ago, now they are showing that we are really struggling. But we've already approached the National Treasury during the MTech, so that what is it that we can do differently to make sure that the ISUPG, it does not diminish. We have reached a consensus because Treasury said there is no additional funding. However, we were allowed to reprioritize within the coffers that we had. We have reprioritized money. When we send out the allocation letters to the provinces, they will be able to see that the ISUPG is not the way that it seems like it's going down. There's going to be an improvement. Chairperson, given the limited money that we are sitting with as provinces and metros, unfortunately, we need to do things differently, and then we need to do more. So I think working together, and it is our responsibility as the National Department of Human Settlements to support our implementing agents, which is the provinces and the metros. And we are going to do that. And then next time when you call us, I think we would have shown a much bigger improvement than where we are. I thank you, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. In the absence of the Deputy Minister has apologized. They have a meeting in the NCOP, which starts at 14 hours. And I don't know whether the DG would like to have some words. What I'm going to do, honorable members, or suggest, is that we defer the next item to a later date. I've consulted with the sponsor of the item, Honorable Dlamini, that because the meeting went beyond the time that was allocated, we never thought it would go this far, but it was worth sitting in this meeting, doing oversight over what we think should happen. And we'd like to thank the Free State Department and National Department for responding positively. I'm going to suggest that the next item stand over to a later date. I think I'll speak to the Secretary to see which date can be accommodated. But I'll request DG that immediately after this meeting, maybe myself, yourself, and the DDG Ngaga, who I think is dealing with this item together with Honorable Dlamini and possibly the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee, just to have a 3 minutes discussion. So that whilst we are waiting to get a brief on the item, certain things are happening. We agree, members, that we defer the last item.
Agreed, Chair, but my question is not answered with regard to the previous year's budget.
Okay, Honorable Detail.
Chairperson, no, we agree. I'd like to know whether it's only one item that you would like to have deferred to a later date, or even the one of the forensic, the other one of the company. What's it called again?
Communicare.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the item we we are deferring.
Oh, okay, Chair. Yeah, Chair, you have not mandated me to speak on this one, but I thought that logically, in the aftermath, that is the question of Honorable Kechakilwe, in the aftermath of the MINMAC, which the Minister Similani told us about, that they agreed with the MECs to reprioritize, to not have any new projects being initiated, but rather to reprioritize and unblock blocked projects. It logically follows, in my understanding, that what could not be finished in the previous years, and the HOD Free State Human Settlements referred to the principle of perpetual succession. Whatever the predecessors could not do, they are encumbered with that. So even from a fiscal perspective, my understanding is that there will have to be a reallocation. I stand to be corrected, Chairperson, but obviously this is done with a view to ensuring that hope is restored and trust and dignity to our people. Certainly, as I say, you have not mandated me to talk on that, but that it's not necessarily a new thing that's been brought to our attention. We've dealt with this in the Northwest, where we observed that they might have been overly committed, etc. We've dealt with the issue of front-loading of the Northern Cape, and we understand the implications and ramifications. But I do understand the spirit in which Honorable Kechakilwe asks the question. Of course, she deserves an answer, but that I thought that is the understanding on the part of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is the understanding, but let me allow the DG just to come in on that question. DG?
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you very much. And thanks to the members of the Portfolio Committee, our colleagues in the province of the Free State, as well as the Metropolitan Municipality of Mangaung. Chairperson, let me just go first perhaps to the matter raised by Honorable Kechakilwe, and do indicate that we appreciate her raising the matter, and in the full knowledge that the budget as a tool that supports our delivery objectives is an ongoing instrument which we sharpen and review from time to time. Budgeting, as we have indicated, is not an exact science, and I can give a comfort that we had paid key attention to the evolving budget over the MTEF process. And of recent, just a month ago, we had an engagement with the province at a very high level with Minister and MEC involved, and also at a technical level, in which we were able to zoom into the nitty-gritties of how we reshape and reprioritize the content thereof to ensure that there is alignment between the new fund pressing objectives and the offshoot of what has come out of the visit of the Portfolio Committee to the province, and to align both to ensure that we are able to be responsive to the issues that have been raised. So by so doing, we had utilized the existing laws, including the DORA, as well as the existing frameworks, to be able to rejig and tweak the budget as it was and as it was originally approved, to come to where we are. And of course, we continue to track the outcomes. We are informed by the MTDP targets, and that we shouldn't sacrifice those targets in a bid to address challenges that persist within the system, but that in so doing, we should seek to do both, address both the persistent challenges, financial challenges, but also address the issue of the outcomes that the MTDP envisages that we do. So this is work that is ongoing and that is continuing. And we will, on a quarterly basis, as we do come to report, if the Portfolio Committee would want us to add 1 or 2 more slides to go slightly deeper as a dipstick into the Northwest, we will do so when we do our quarterly reporting. Let me take the opportunity, Chair, just to confirm that at ministerial level, as well as MEC level, and also at the level of HOD and DG, and also at the level of provincial champion as well as officials. We have been liaising with the province of the Free State quite closely. And even with Mangaung, we have been paying attention to their expenditure as well as the outcomes related to that expenditure. This for us is ongoing work, and where we do see red flags, because we do have an early warning system of our own monitoring and evaluation, we are quick to engage with the respective spheres of government in a bid to ensure that we address issues early on. We must say that despite some slow progress in some areas, as the CFO has indicated, we have seen greater improvement over time, and we are gradually taking comfort in the knowledge that while there is still heavy lifting to be done and strategic choices still to be made in as far as work that we are doing, we have also the work of the portfolio committee and its recommendations have actually added on and have enriched our interventions as a government nationally, and we are continuously engaging with them. I must say that them, as well as the province of the Eastern Cape and also the province of the Northwest, have been the provinces who have put greater focus on in trying to get them out of the financial situation they are in. I think right now we have been working very hard towards certainty around financial health and financial viability, but even more important, to ensure that we can help them improve on the quality of spending. And I think that has been our key focus, obviously with the associated outcomes coming through. And this has been our driving force between our engagements in this regard. And I can say that we have now accepted some of the proposals they've put forward to us in terms of the strategic choices the MEC wishes to make in reprioritizing the budget to achieve specific outcomes, particularly blocked projects. And I think that that's the work that is ongoing. We will, as I'm saying, with the indulgence of you, Chair, then deviate slightly from our normal quarterly report and just do a deep stick perhaps on the 3 provinces for the portfolio committee to see. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. And thank you once more to everybody. Let's prepare that report on the 3 provinces so that the portfolio committee can have a better understanding. Secretary, if you can note that so that we slot it in. And when next we discuss this item that we are deferring, we would like to have a SHRA being part of that meeting. I'm not sure whether today they were invited, but if they were not, if we can have SHRA on this issue of Communicare, so that we are able to deal with those things. Like I said, whilst we are deferring the item for a later date, immediately after this meeting, I'll call DG and Honorable Dlamini just to have a short discussion, possibly with the inclusion of DG Ngaka and the Portfolio Committee Secretary. Secretary, is there any other item? Communicare we're deferring. Any other item?
Minutes, Chair.
Minutes we'll have to defer also.
Okay.
Because we don't have time.
All right, Chair.
Other members must go and attend other things, preparation for the sitting, and the NCOP is already sitting. Thanks very much, honorable members. Thanks very much, DG and your delegation, Acting Minister Chikunga and Deputy Minister Mahambetala in absentia. Thank you very much, the MEC of Free State, HOD Free State and your delegation, the Executive Mayor of Mangaung, and the City Manager of Mangaung and your delegation. Thanks very much for your attendance. Ours is to support you, to ensure that we deliver services to our people. We'll continue engaging with you. This is not the last engagement. We're still going to have more. We still have 4 years in office. And by the end of our term as this portfolio committee, we want to make sure that there's something, we leave a legacy, something that we can point and say in our time. We are, DG, we're going to have to expect a similar report from KZN. DDG Nana was representing you there. If she can start working on that one. And then later we'll get a report, a progress report on what we recommended and observed in Northwest. DDG Naga was representing you there, but our priority for now will be the KZN one, and this one that we promised, Northwest, Free State, and Eastern Cape, because the next trip is either Mpumalanga or Eastern Cape in terms of our oversight visit. Having said that, are there announcements, Secretary?
No announcement, Chair.
Announcement. Thanks very much, everybody. The meeting stands adjourned. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye, everybody.
Good Chair, and goodbye to the Free State, my Free State.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Free Staters.